frosted window panes and cheap champagne, a face appears, and anything could happen in these cathedrals we roam, where shadow people dance and trade their glance and walk home alone. Staring out the window of the Roosevelt Hotel, watching Midtown empty out in a kiss of farewell. They say we come from nothing and to nothing we'll return, and in between is gravity and bridges left to burn. fatal flaw? Is a broken jaw? Is a burning bridge? Move your careless. And the ghosts of the boulevard, littered with lonely hearts. A city like a graveyard, once was a postcard. When you lose your wonder, and you can't remember where we were living in the days of thunder. 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 Living in the days of love. Was a dream to have, was a king-size bed, was an escape plan, was an open hand. Now it's a dog from hell, it's a dream you sell, it's an epitaph, it's a photograph. And the ghosts of the boulevard, littered with lonely hearts. A city like a graveyard, once was a postcard. When you lose your wonder, and you can't remember where we were living in the days of thunder. 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 Living in the days of
Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Monday, and we are back. And there's not a whole lot of news. There really is not a whole lot of news today. There's reviews for Star Wars Outlaws, but those are also a couple of days early. Why am I not surprised? Oh, yeah, because people paid $130 for that shit. And yeah, honestly, that really is about it. So today, instead, we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Little bit different. We are going to be learning today some more 40K lore. That's what we're going to be learning. Now, there's a lot of shit that we need to go through. However, I'm pretty sure I might be able to speed things up a wee bit for you. We are going to be looking at a lot of different things for this lore. This lore is really, really, really heavy stuff. There's a lot to it, but I will try and break down as much as I can. We're actually going to be listening to a podcast that's going to be going through it, done by the amazing Bricky and DK. I will absolutely be linking the podcast channel to you guys once we are done with it, for sure, because it really is awesome. They do a fantastic job. Been watching their stuff for past couple of days, and yeah, you guys should totally go subscribe and like the video once we're done with it, for sure. So there's a couple of things that I do have to, as I said, kind of go over with you guys first before we get into Warhammer 40K's The Fall of CADIA. Number one, how's everybody doing? It's good to see you all. But number one, this is the Phalanx. The Phalanx is roughly a continent-sized space fortress that is mobile, and it is being controlled and was built by one of the loyalist Space Marine legions, now chapters, the Imperial Fists, who have been tasked with protecting Holy Terra, Earth, with the Phalanx and all of its equipment and weapons. So when you hear the Phalanx, this is the Phalanx, okay? This is the Blackstone Fortress. I tried to find some better images. This is the best image I could find when it came to the Blackstone Fortress. The Blackstone Fortress is about the same size, believe it or not, as the Phalanx. It is a massive, massive station. Again, you could fit God knows how many different battle barges, battleships, cruisers, escorts. You can fit damn near just about everything in one of these. These are extremely powerful, just like the Phalanx is. I'm not going to go too far into it, but yeah, the Phalanx is incredibly powerful, so much so that if you have 3 of these Blackstone fortresses, they can combine the energy output with each other to actually make a star go supernova. That's how powerful these fucking things are. So they're dangerous. There's a couple more pictures, but it doesn't really do it justice in terms of the scope of how fucking big these things are. But that is the Blackstone Fortress. Next, we have another one. This one looks kind of shitty, looks kind of furry, and looks fuzzy and moldy. That's because it is. This is the Tempest Est. It belongs to one of the traitor legions, Mortarion, if I remember correctly, of the basically what are now the Plague Bearers. They are known for spreading pestilence and disease and everything like that, but suffice it to say, this is basically just a plague battleship, or battle barge at this point. The thing is massive, and anytime anybody sees it, everybody automatically shits their pants. Whether that be because they're scared or because disease actually finally caught up with them, it's really anybody's guess, but the end result is the same. This is the Vengeful Spirit, which used to be Horus's flagship. It is no longer Horus's flagship, as Horus died during the Horus Heresy. What we're going to be talking about today takes place 10,000 years after the events of the Horus Heresy and after Horus's death. So it is no longer commanded by Horus, it is actually commanded by Abaddon, who is now the War Master for the Heretic Legions. And in Abaddon's eyes, it is not what the Imperials call it, which will eventually be the fall of CADIA. In Abaddon's eyes, it is the 13th Black Crusade. But the important thing to note is that this is an incredibly, incredibly powerful battle barge. All of these smaller ships and everything, although incredibly powerful themselves, don't even come close to the amount of power that this thing can put out. But the Vengeful Spirit is always escorted by all of these ships and more. Think of it as like a carrier group kind of deal. Okay? And then finally we have a very mysterious group of ships, but they're actually really, really interesting. This group of ships are called Space Hulks. And they're called Space Hulks, and we're actually going to read a little bit about them before we get into anything. A Space Hulk is a term given by the Imperium of Man to the wreckage of a starship or mangled twist of various starships and artificial debris found drifting through the vacuum of the Milky Way galaxy without apparent direction. Many times they are so huge that they have their own atmosphere and gravity. Since the Hulks often exit and re-enter the warp seemingly at random, searching or traveling within them is dangerous in the extreme. They have many times been used as the means of transport by certain unsophisticated factions, the Orcs, the Gene Stealers, and even Heretic Astartes renegades. Use them occasionally to invade other worlds. As the warp jump of Space Hulks is essentially made in a random direction, this gives them the advantage of surprise over Imperial and Asuryani forces. These monstrosities often drop in and out of the warp, threatening to carry Chaos Space Marines, Orcs, or Gene Stealers that have entered stasis, who can launch attacks upon the unsuspecting planets of the Imperium. The Imperial Navy and all Imperial forces as a whole have standard orders to survey such objects and report their location. Hulks often consist of starships and items of technology millennia old, and the recoverable technology can be of immense value to the Imperium, and especially to the Mechanicus. Thus, elite Imperial forces are sent aboard to clear out infestations and determine if anything aboard the Hulk is valuable enough to merit recovery. Now, the reason I bring these up is because these are not only dangerous, but these are also kind of odd. As you can kind of see in this picture, right? You got a lot of rock and everything that's kind of like crammed in for no fucking reason. These are ships because they're just kind of all crammed together, no one really knows the origin, right? It could have been something as big as a Blackstone Fortress or a Phalanx thousands of years ago, right? Which would be fine, but then it crashed into another ship. And then that crashed into an asteroid, and then it went to warp and crashed into other shit in the warp, and then it came back out, and then it crashed into more ships, and then crashed into more rocks and more shit, and so on. And these ships could be in various states of disrepair, so they could have warp engines that are still active, hence why all of a sudden randomly, even though this is essentially a dead ship, it could just go right back into the warp at random and then come back out somewhere else at some other time. They're very elusive, but when they do come out, they typically have a lot of old and exotic tech that would benefit the Imperium, So typically Terminator squads are sent in specifically to eradicate, again, stuff like Gene Stealer cults, Tyranids, Heretic, or Traitor Space Marines, or Chaos Space Marines. Same kind of thing for that. And there are all types. There are all different types. So here's one. This is a battle barge. And this is... the rest of it is literally the Space Hulk. The thing is fucking huge. Right? Let me see. This is another Space Hulk. Although this looks more than... It really just looks more like a big fucking hunk of metal. But it doesn't... It's not necessarily just bound to a ship either. That's essentially what's going on. So yeah, there are... They vary in all sizes and everything else. But Space Hulks are... They're dangerous. So much so that they actually made a game called Space Hulk Deathwing. Which was really fun. It was really fun. It was a lot of fun. But... we have, again, our Phalanx. That's a good guy ship, thank God. We have the Blackstone Fortress. We have the Tempest Est. We have the Vengeful Spirit. And we got Space Hulks. These are very, very, very important to what we're going to be watching, which is essentially the fall of CADIA. Now, they're going to go over what CADIA is, but I'm going to do that a little bit myself here. Let's do this. For a little bit of a... little bit of backstory. CADIA, officially known as CADIA Prime, was a terrestrial Earth-like planet originally classified as the Imperium of Man's most important fortress world by the Administratum before its destruction and consumption by the Immaterium in 999 M41. So basically, the end of the 41st millennium. It was the fourth world in the Cadian system, and its surface contained a wide variety of terrain types and ecosystems, including frozen tundras, temperate plains, windswept moors, and great native axle tree forests. CADIA guarded the only known navigable route to and from the massive warp rift known as the Eye of Terror. I'll bring that up here in a minute. A passage called the Cadian Gate. The world's dangerous proximity to the Eye of Terror made it necessary for the people of CADIA to heavily fortify the planet. CADIA was always the first target of the War Master of Chaos, Abaddon, the Despoilers, Black Crusades. These were massive assaults the forces of Chaos launched every few Terran centuries from the Eye of Terror in an attempt to break out of the Cadian Gate and invade the Imperium proper, as they did during the Horus Heresy. This planet, before it was destroyed, was one of the most heavily fortified planets in the entire galaxy. I think the statistic is roughly about 70% of the entire population of CADIA is military. Its greatest export is military. And I don't mean bullets, tanks, bombs. I mean people. You would have people who would become part of the Imperial Guard that were sent to CADIA for training and then sent back to the respective worlds that they were actually supposed to be protecting. The Cadians themselves would, I believe it was at age 6, learn how to fire a rifle, and then by age 12, learn how to disassemble and reassemble it. They even have a youth brigade of combat soldiers. And at the time CADIA fell, and there's really no... Let me just double check here. Population, yes. Population was 850 million. So it's a little bit smaller than Earth, but 70% of that was all military. Everybody's a soldier. And if you're not, it's because you're dead or you're retired. CADIA was huge. Now, there's also a couple of things that are going on with CADIA. Let me bring this back up really quick before we delve more into it. You have the Eye of Terror. Now, they are, as the description said, the Eye of Terror is basically a giant warp storm. And anything coming in or out of the warp, this is the easiest way. But CADIA is located in a very, very, very specific spot when it comes to the Eye of Terror. So basically anything coming in, or I should say, yeah, coming in or going out of the Eye of Terror has to pass through the Cadian Gate. And this is why. This whole thing is a warp storm. All this pink and purple. Okay? But, see if I can zoom this in a little bit here. This circle right here, I'll have to zoom out a little bit. This circle right here, this is where CADIA is. So essentially, if you look at it, it almost does look like a bottle, right? So anything coming in or going out has to go through this little crack right here, and then come down through this clearing, down through here, and then through the Cadian Gate. Which would be bad, because this is where Chaos wants to come through. It's the easiest place for Chaos to come through to the galaxy so that they can start invading. But this is the easiest route, this clear area right here. CADIA is stuck within the Eye of Terror, but it is in literally the only place that can bottleneck all forces, and for 10,000 years has not been able, or I should say, has never fallen in 10,000 years. It never fell. It is always on high alert. Every couple hundred years, there's a new crusade that's launched against it to try and overtake it, and so on. And every single time, most of the time, done by Imperial Guard only, by the way, which is insane. The forces of Chaos are knocked back, right back into the Eye of Terror, not to be seen for another couple hundred years, which is really impressive. That's really, really impressive. But, yeah. The planet broke before the Guard did. You're damn right they did, Trader Nikki. You're damn right. So, this is the Eye of Terror. This is where CADIA lies. Now, why am I telling you this? Telling you this because there's a very, very interesting thing that also happens on CADIA. The world's landscape was dotted by strange black monoliths comprised of the arcane substance called Blackstone that were of clear Xenos origin, known as the Cadian pylons. These devices were actually constructed by the Necrons millions of standard years ago to make the world immune to the psychic energies of the Old Ones, for it was the site of the ancient Necron military base during the War in Heaven. After the formation of the Eye of Terror at the end of the Age of Strife, following the birth in the warp of Slanesh, the Cadian pylons acted to hold the warp rift in check and provide a navigable passage out into Imperial space from it called the Cadian Gate. So that's what's going on. So, most heavily, outside of Terra itself, most heavily fortified planet in the entire Imperium, you got these pylons that are holding the Eye of Terror itself from expanding and keeping it at bay, and also allowing the most easily navigable route out of the Eye of Terror, but unfortunately that works both ways for the Imperium and for anything that would be coming out of the Eye of Terror. It has stood for 10,000 years under Imperial control after the Horus Heresy, and not once in 10,000 years has it fallen. and it has been stuck in the Eye of Terror for 10,000 years, and most of the time, the entire planet's population, which has not been comprised of Space Marines or Inquisition or anybody else other than Imperial Guard, have kicked Chaos's ass right back into the Eye of Terror, which is really fucking impressive. And the reason I bring all this up, again, this is CADIA, this is the Phalanx, this is the Blackstone Fortress, this is the Tempest Est, this is the Vengeful Spirit. We also do have the Space Hulks, which I think I just closed out of. And then we have CADIA. Why am I bringing this up? Because today we are going to watch probably something that is, in my opinion, I'll have to run some operations together in Space Marine 2. I pre-ordered the Ultra Edition, so I'm getting it 4 days early. Nice. Very nice. I plan on creating my chapter. Finally, I plan on creating my chapter. I've actually been doing all the lore and everything else for it. So I'm fucking stoked. But the reason why we are listening to all of this now is because, and I'm actually going to link this if you guys want it. I found this online. It's done by Dream Clinic. I highly suggest you subscribe and like the video. These guys are awesome. Music for Painting Warhammer 40k Volume 1. Really well done. It's 5 hours worth of music. Really good stuff. Really amazing background music. There is going to be another video that we're actually gonna sit down and watch. And it is done by 2 guys and a girl. And it's Bricky, DK, and Shy. And it is called, I absolutely love the name, Adeptus Ridiculous. And Bricky is a lot more knowledgeable in Warhammer 40k lore than I am. So I'm going to have Bricky explain it to you, and I'm going to kind of fill in the gaps when it comes to some things, because he's gonna, like, you know, pass over a couple of things just to kind of get to the point, which is fine. Basically, this podcast is Bricky, who is a massive 40k bro, explaining different things and really cool shit and ridiculous stuff to DK, who is newer to the hobby. And I've watched quite a few videos on the fall of CADIA. One of 2 things usually happen. Either A, they're really informative, but they're 4.5 hours and they're boring as fuck. Or B, they're really fun to watch, but they miss like 60% of the fucking information. This is probably as entertaining and as informative as you're going to get of a video. So, without any further ado, I'm going to do this, crank this fucker, and we are going to watch this podcast. Also, I am not somebody who's just going to say, oh, here's a podcast, and then finish it, and no. We're going to watch this podcast, but this is probably one of maybe only a couple of podcast episodes that we're ever actually going to watch. I am going to link this video at the end, and I highly, highly, highly suggest and plead with you that you go and like the video at the very least, and you subscribe to Adeptus Ridiculous, because I think once you watch this podcast, you'll understand why I enjoy it so much. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Welcome everyone to another episode of the Adeptus Ridiculous. I'm one of your hosts, DK Diamantes, and this podcast is all about helping you learn about all the most ridiculous things in Warhammer 40k. Whether you're new, whether you know a little bit, whether you know a lot of it, there is something here for you to love. Now, before we get into the episode,
By the way, it's my understanding that this is Shy, by the way. Shy is basically the one who's doing all the pictures and videos in post-edit. So, yeah, you kind of get a sense of her humor because she doesn't talk. She's behind the camera, she's recording everything and so on, but she doesn't actually talk. But you get her humor through everything that shows up on the screen.
Big shout out to all of our Patreons over at patreon.com/AdeptusRidiculous. Another goal has been smashed. So we are going to be reading the Guardsman fanfics, but we're going to be doing it completely sober, and I'm not allowed to talk about anime. That's probably the worst part because that's the only thing I know anything about, but you guys are amazing. So if you enjoyed today's podcast, head on over to patreon.com/AdeptusRidiculous.
Also, I highly, highly, highly recommend, at the very least, you check out all of their stuff. Twitter, AdeptusRidiculous.com, and their Patreon channel. Please, please, please. Because, yeah, I could literally do an entire, like, stream on the fall of CADIA, but the amount of information and as entertaining as it's going to be in this podcast, there's no way in hell that I could ever live up to it. So we're watching this, but all the attribution go to these three, and I will fill in gaps where need be.
Get access to the Discord, bloopers, HD posters, all that good stuff. Thank you guys so much for your support. And before this episode gets started, Bricky, I think you have a couple announcements, eh?
I do have a couple announcements. So a few things. First things first, I want to make sure we get the goddamn book club in now so we don't
Early.
forget it and have to discuss it later on in the episode. So for those of you who are not known, we are doing book clubs once per month. We are starting it in early June, and the book is The Infinite and the Divine.
Bill and
by
Ted's.
Tristan
Oh,
and
God.
Orkim. If you haven't read or listened to it, please do so you can be prepared for said book club. I would highly recommend it on Audible because I think the VA
History
does a
about
really
to
good
be rewritten
job
by two
with the
Necrons who
characters and all.
can't spell.
It adds a lot to the actual book, so I recommend it on there. The second announcement is, while it did come a little late, we do in fact have new merchandise, and it is in the form of Doge Van Dyer sticker packs.
Let's
So,
go!
we promise we do Doge Van Dyer merch. A little hard to get certain parts of it, so we settled for something a little bit easier and simpler. We are doing sticker packs. So there's a fun pack of 3. There's 3 different stickers. There's good old Doge Van Dyer on his throne, him getting bonked in the head by a bat, and that hilarious, like, what's that meme with the cat who with like the knife pointing at him? He looks all
Oh, yeah,
smug.
yeah. Mhm.
One of those with a chain sword. So you can check that out over in the description or at orchidate.com at the Adeptus Ridiculous content creator section. We also have hoodies and shirts as well if you'd like to get that. And if you live in the US, any orders over $75 is free shipping. So wahoo!
Hey.
And the last thing I wanted to mention real quick, because this is actually more of a question for Shy. So, so,
Oh, no.
I don't like where this is going.
she's like, what? What do you mean? So for a while, our highest Patreon tier was $50, right? It was the Fabricator General tier, which gave you like a big ass, like bright pink name, the Discord. It was very like Emperor's Children style, Big Dickus, brother of, what was that called again? Big Dickus, brother of like of something else.
Oh, like he has a wife. I forget what the wife's name was. I already forget. The guy.
Incontinentia
He has a wife.
buttocks.
Like something Big Boobus or something. I don't remember what it was.
Big Booba, daughter
Big
to
Booba.
Big,
That's
lady,
his daughter, Big Boba.
Lady Dimitrescu, husband to Big Dickus. Anyway,
Off the rails already.
so we had quite a few Fabricator Generals, and I was like, you know what, Shy? We should make like a tier above that, just like a ridiculously high one, just something that like it doesn't give you anything else besides a different Discord name, but just in case like 1 or 2 people really want to go that high, right? Because why not? Might as well.
Yeah, why not? If you want to support. Yeah.
So she made the High Lord tier, and one person, well, I think we have 2, but one person got it and then immediately went into the introduce yourself section of the Discord and said, "You are all of you beneath me," and posted a sheer amount of Among Us twerking crewmate gifts.
Oh no!
Courtesy of yours truly.
That's awesome.
I noticed something. So the first thing they did was post Among Us crewmate. The High Lord
course.
tier is of course there, but the color is turquoise.
Okay. Color's turquoise.
Shai, did you purposely make the highest Patreon tier an Alpha Legion meme?
Oh.
Shai, was that intentional?
I didn't even consider that.
Did you create? I don't like that smug emoji.
You know what? I will bet you that she wasn't even thinking about it. Now she's just trying to take credit for it because it sounds
She
cool.
probably. I would take credit for it too.
Yeah,
It's just like, yeah, you're a High Lord of Terra. Here's the Alpha Legion color scheme because Bricky forgot what the fuck the Alpha Legion was for like a solid 10 minutes in the last episode.
To be fair, people fucking love that, dude. The irony of not knowing the Iron Legion because that's their thing.
The Iron Legion?
Or not the Alpha Legion. It's somewhat early for me. God damn it.
The Iron Warriors are
The
per
Alpha
Chirabo. He
Legion.
builds mazes and shit.
Oh man, now I'm gonna get memed on this episode. Fuck.
The Iron Legion. Iron within. We are Alfarius. Anyway, so we've got a bit of a fucking episode today. I wanted to ask her that because I was a little bit like, she looked like she was gonna do a ruse on me, but
Okay.
big day, big topic.
Day.
It
Very
is
big.
The fall of Cadia itself. Now, this is, I think, told over the course of 3 to 4 books. Full
Yeah,
novels.
it's-
and so
it's fucking
similarly
insane.
With the Horus Heresy, let me just be honest with this one. I do not know if I'm gonna be able to cover, like, obviously we're not supposed to cover everything. It's not the point of the podcast,
Right.
But holy shit, is there a lot that goes on into this?
There's so much. In fact, let me bring it up here. I know for a fact that there is no way that he can cover absolutely everything because it is the Fall of Cadia is covered in 4 books, but there's other books that also give you more information about Cadia and the status that it was in beforehand and so on. I have done my due diligence, by the way. These are all the Imperial forces that were stationed on Cadia or came to Cadia's aid during the fall. This right here, all of this is just Space Marine chapters. Everything that I just highlighted are just Space Marine chapters. That's it. There are a fuck ton. Okay? Then you have Adeptus Sororitas. Then you have Adeptus Mechanicus. Then you have the Inquisition. Then you have other forces like Officio Assassinorum, Departamento Unitorum, and the different, sub-departments of there. The Astra Militarum, which is the Imperial Guard, is the really, 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 really long one. And then you have individual Astra Militarum regiments. These are regiments that easily could have been there because they were visiting for training. They could have been there because they were about to get shipped out with new recruits that had been added on. They could have been there for dignitary reasons. We don't know. And then you also have planetary defense forces. And then you also have the Imperial Navy. And then you also have the Space Marine fleet assets. These are literally all of them. But here's the really, really, really important thing. Astra Militarum, between these two that I've highlighted, that's 850 million soldiers. That's the only way that I can really work it out, because unfortunately there really isn't like a whole lot in terms of who they're actually like counting. But considering like 70% of the entire planet is nothing but Imperial Guard, it would make sense that most of the civilians, or those who are retired, or those who don't have a job to do, whether it be in a direct combat or a support role for the military, are out. Because this is not something that just happened over the course of a day. This took a little bit. So by the end, we're looking at 850 million Imperial Guard, and it's just through these two. That is not taking into account the planetary defense forces. That's not taking into account the Imperial Navy. That's not taking into account the Space Marine fleet assets. And that is certainly not taking into account the Assassinorum, the Munitorum, literally any of the Inquisition, any of the Mechanicus, any of the Sororitas, and 1,000,000% not any of the Space Marine chapters that were there to help out, specifically because there were only a handful of Space Marines that showed up initially, or I should say that were there initially, but over the course of the entire fall of CADIA, literally all of these Space Marine chapters, in one way or another, were directly involved with the fall of CADIA. So, 850 million Imperial Guard. That's what we're going to go with when CADIA fell.
I was scrolling, like, there's a good meme where you're learning about the Horus Heresy, and you're reading it on the wiki, and then you look to your right, and you realize that the tab cursor hasn't moved.
True.
You're like, wait a minute, and you scroll down, you're like, oh my god, there's 400 fucking pages of Horus Heresy.
Yeah.
So
you think this might require a part 2?
No, I could probably do it.
Yeah. Talking about the Horus Heresy, by the way, I've checked. I believe currently they are up to 64 books for the Horus Heresy, which is fucking insane, and I think I maybe have 42 out of the 64. So there's a lot.
But I'm just saying, there's some stuff.
Strap yourselves in, pack a lunch. Yeah.
Pack a lunch. Like, there's some things that you might be like, oh, is Briggy going to talk about this? Like, no, Ahriman assaulted the Eldar Webway and is trying to get into the Black Library. That's cool. I don't really know. We're not going to talk much about that today. We're going to mainly talk about the big things. We're going to talk a little bit about Lord Creed. Going to talk about Abaddon, of course, and a lot of the big boys. I'm also going to do a couple flashbacks during this because, like I'm gonna get to a point.
We're gonna need those flashbacks.
Backstory.
We are.
And then I'm gonna go forward.
Okay.
Just so I can explain things a little bit, a little bit easier.
Yeah.
So, we know Abaddon. We talked about Abaddon. That was the prior episode.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, pretty cool. Not as bad as a villain as I think everyone gives him credit for. I think he's kind of neat.
Yeah, he's memed on way too much. Like,
I think he is memed on a bit.
He's cool. Like, come on, give him a break.
Yeah, I think he's cooler than a lot of people expect.
But to be fair, Abaddon is memed on a lot because, with the exception of the Fall of CADIA, which is the 13th Black Crusade, he's literally done this 12 previous times and failed every single time, and he keeps calling himself the War Master, but can't do the simplest task of getting past a fucking planet.
So, CADIA is part of the Cadians. It's the CADIA system, the CADIA sector, right?
Okay.
And very similar to us, we're in the Sol system because our sun is named Sol. This is our amalgamation of planets, Earth, Mars, etc. Now, CADIA, in the Cadian sector, is a multitude of planets. And actually,
this is a really cool map. I really do like this map. So, for instance, here's CADIA, right? Then you have Saint Josmain's Hope, which is a military prison world. During the fall of CADIA, you did have military prisoners that were shipped over to CADIA, and military prisoners that were supposed to be sent over to Saint Josmain's Hope, who were conscripted into fighting. You got the militarized hive world, you got the naval training world, you got the hostile environment training facility, Promethean production facility, you got another fortress world, another fortress world, another fortress world, another fortress world. These would be where the fortress worlds, the training facilities, stuff like that, this is where typically Space Marines would be. So this entire system is highly, highly, highly militarized.
quite a few in this sector. There's actually, it's got a lot of planets in this major like Cadian sector. It's got a lot of planets. And also in there, of course, is Cadia Prime. Now, Cadia Prime was a fortress world, which is basically this thing is as close to Earth as I think you could probably get. It is a classic terrestrial world, lots of water, lots of land. It is a classic fortress world. Now, the reason why Cadia is so fucking fancy is that obviously you can go into the warp and go out of the warp with starship drives and everything, but I remember the Eye of Terror.
Yes,
Okay.
I do remember the Eye of Terror.
Okay, I'm sure.
For those who don't know, again, I'm filling in the gaps. The Eye of Terror was a massive warp storm that was created when Slanesh, the fourth Chaos God, was born, thanks to basically Eldar fucking. That's essentially what it was. The Eldar really, really wanted to fuck a lot, and they were into some really heavy BDSM shit, and yeah. Basically, Slanesh was born from all the Eldar fucking as a god and wiped out like 90% of all of the Eldar. Yeah, that's where the Eye of Terror came from.
I'm sure Shai will provide supplementary imagery.
Yeah.
The Eye of Terror is the giant zipper of the galaxy, right? It is a crack in the real space directly into the warp itself. It is the only place in the galaxy that has a direct, like, go from one thing to the other, basically, like, that kind of thing. It's the only thing that you can just,
Sure.
like, yeah, because you normally have to teleport into the warp and then out of the warp for travel. This is just a giant fucking, like, someone punched a hole in the drywall, and then inside the walls is
Yep.
the warp.
Pretty much.
Now, if you look at the map that Shai sent you, on the bottom right-hand corner, do you see CADIA? It says a little circle.
Yeah. Oh.
CADIA is on the fucking doorstep of the Eye of Terror. It is on the front door. It decided to bring out a white foldable chair, talking Devil May Cry Virgil style, sat like and planted its fucking ass right in front of the front porch of its arch nemesis.
Not wrong.
basically.
Oh, is that why Katie is so important? Is because it's just like it's right there and it's just easy access into the.
Yes, that and CADIA is the largest export of guardsmen from the Imperial Guard. If you look at the classic, and I mean this classic style, the green and the khaki, this is Cadian guardsmen. This is a Cadian-based guardsman. And Cadians are, like I mentioned it before, they're like at 6 they know how to shoot a lasgun. At 12 they know how to disassemble it. At 16 they're doing howitzer drills for 24 hours straight, right? Like
Right.
Cadian guardsmen are drilled to perfection. They are extremely, like, high class.
So
Yeah,
you
they
said
are.
Cadia is where the most guardsmen come from. So it's like, Cadia is like one of the most heavily fortified, like, Imperium planets? Or is it just the most guardsmen come from there? I'm
both.
assuming, okay. I'm assuming it's that way because of its close proximity to the Eye of Terror, and it's like, yo, if we're gonna fortify someplace, it better be that place that's on the warp's doorstep, because who the fuck knows what's coming out of there?
A bit, yeah. So it's a combination of, this is just, CADIA is where a mass export of guardsmen are. The entire planet is like a hive world, entirely based in military. Their exports of guardsmen can be seen across the galaxy. Like, there are other Cadian-based planets around the galaxy that export also Cadian guardsmen. Like, their influence has spread massively.
Yep.
The prior to the actual death of CADIA, there were 850 million guardsmen, or million population on that planet.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure the number that they show on Lexiconum is 850 million guardsmen. This is not something that happened over the course of a day, so whatever civilians were actually left, I'm sure were shipped off world as fast as they possibly could. So yeah, I'm going with 850 million guardsmen, because with all the other aid that they received, we easily have to be talking well over 1 billion souls on that planet fighting against chaos.
800,
Wow.
like, a lot. But actually,
It's a couple people, yeah.
850 million. That's actually not that many.
No, it
It
isn't.
might be the amount of guardsmen.
My guess for why Cadia population is so low: 1, most people joined the army and shipped off world. True. 2, GW doesn't know how numbers work. Also fairly accurate.
Because we have
Just
7.
guardsmen.
Well, we have 7 billion, don't we, on Earth?
Well, I mean that's Terra. That's like home base, right? That should have.
No,
more.
I mean, like, don't we have 7 billion on Earth, our Earth, right now?
Oh! You mean like in
In real
world,
life,
not?
yes.
Oh, I have no idea.
I think we have like 7.4 billion or something.
It's something
Maybe that's
ridiculous like that,
850,
yeah.
million guardsmen, or maybe CADIA is just a bit smaller than the average.
Could
than
be
the average planet.
a little smaller planet. So yeah, sure.
Whatever the reason, it's a lot of fucking people on this planet, all right, and
It's
they
a
have
boatload.
lots of guardsmen. But it's also because the Eye of Terror is a really great place for chaos to move. It's like a main lane to send out fleets back and forth. It's much easier to get into. It's much easier to work with. And because of that, having a gigantic planet whose sole purpose is millions upon millions of guardsmen, ships, manufactorums, the Adeptus Mechanicus have a huge presence there.
Yep.
It's a giant roadblock. It is a bottle. The goddamn Eye of Terror is like a bottle, and Chaos is trying to get out of it, and CADIA is the cork. And it's just plugging them up. It's making it really difficult.
Basically, think of it this way. Think of it in World War II, right? We go to fight the Nazis once the Americans get in on it, and that's all well and fine, and we're pushing through Europe, and we're pushing them back. Now imagine that there was a massive fucking fortress where literally they trained all the troops, they built all the tanks, they built all the bombs, bullets, rockets, everything. They had the most advanced tech, and this was the biggest concentration of all military forces for Nazi Germany in all of Europe. That's essentially what this planet is.
In fact, you can even see the Eye of Terror from the sky. Like, the sky is this bright purple and pink color. Like here's a great quote from Inquisitor General Neve. It's like, "This is CADIA, you silly fool. CADIA, right on the doorway of chaos, right in the heart of everything. The seepage of evil is so great, I have 100 active cults to subdue every month. This place breeds recidivists like a pawn breeds scum. This is CADIA. This is the gate of the eye. This is where the bloody work of the Inquisition is done." Like, it has this very, like, "This is CADIA, motherfucker. Like, you gonna try to deal with us? Like, this is Detroit, my dude."
Jesus.
True.
Shai said apparently people who grew up on CADIA have eyes colored the same color as the Eye of Terror.
Yep. Often a lot of CADIan guardsmen have like a purple tinged eye color because of the Eye of Terror.
It's so cool. And she posted a picture of it, and it's like the way you can see the Eye of Terror from the sky is so dope. Like, what a view.
Living on CADIA would suck because your whole life is a high
Living on
world,
CADIA
like,
would
constantly
suck.
military, etc. But that's a view.
That is
a
hell of
damn
a
view.
Like, you know, if you happen to have a guardsman girlfriend that you want to take on a date, that's a hell of a sunset to watch, eh?
Hey, you know, we always joke that no one fucks in 40K, but guardsmen fuck plenty.
They need to. They need some kind of release from all that fucking madness
horror.
that they endure. Yeah, you gotta let them have some fun, right?
Hell yeah.
Consensual
Hell yeah.
fun, damn it.
Yes, not the murdering fun. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Don't worry
it's
about
40K.
it.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It's all right. Fun can be murdering other people. It's okay.
It's 40K.
Drukhari, right?
Yes, they're having plenty of fun.
Too much fun.
So, CADIA, that's CADIA. It is a bastion of humanity. It is a shining light. And through the last 10,000 years since the Horus Heresy and the Eye of Terror and all this stuff, it has held it the entire time. It has never been lost.
True.
It is
That's pretty impressive.
It's
the Eye of
insanely
Terror
impressive.
Arrived like 27,000 or whatever the year is, like whenever the Eldar butt fucked.
Eldar fucking.
But ever since the Horus Heresy, like, it has held the goddamn Eye of Terror back for 10,000 years.
Yep.
It has kept it back. And it's like that alone from a planet of guardsmen, of dudes.
Just dude meisters, yeah.
is badass.
Also, women, let's be fair. I know they're saying dudes in general, but be fair.
So
That's crazy. That's crazy that it hasn't fallen ever, and it's right there. You would think that they're just constantly like under siege, and that they've held it back for that long is mind-boggling, considering all the horrors that are coming out from the warp and they're coming from the other side. It's fucking insane.
it is. It's pretty. It's
Also,
pretty awesome.
quick thing.
So
Back here, I know these don't look all that big, but you have to remember these are like miles and miles away. These, because they're probably, I know he's probably going to talk about this later, these are Titans. This might be an Imperial Knight, but this is most certainly a Titan. Imagine an entire city on the back of a mech that's probably the size of maybe 10 square city blocks. And probably probably twice as tall as the Burj Khalifa. That's a Titan. Now strap really big fucking guns and rockets on it. That's what a Titan is. Hey, Core, what's going on? New Warhammer 40k stuff? We are going to be doing 40k lore every day until Space Marine 2 comes out, because I am fucking stoked. This is one of the biggest things that has ever happened. This is one of the pivotal moments in Warhammer 40k lore. This is the fall of CADIA.
the fall of CADIA begins was a bunch of space hulks. We talked about space hulks, right? Like an amalgamation of fucking ships all like twisted together.
And again, it's not just an amalgamation of ships. They're very, very, very old ships and so on. Nobody really knows exactly what ships they are anymore. As you can see, this one's got like rocks sticking out of it and shit like that. They're not entirely sure why the ships themselves became abandoned or what happened to them. They're massive. They're bigger than literally any ship that the Imperium has by leaps and bounds. But one day they went into the warp, and then they came back out and probably hit an asteroid, and then went back into the warp, and then came back out and hit another ship. And then the process just repeated over the course of 10,000 years. So they're abandoned. They might be infested with Tyranids or Gene Stealer cults or Chaos Space Marines or whatever, but generally speaking, they just float around and randomly warp in and warp out. Had a coworker that used to talk my ear off regarding 40k novels. I only played the RTS ones from 15-ish years ago, the ones that were built off Company of Heroes. You talking Dawn of War? Dawn of War was really fun, except for Dawn of War 3. I've never actually played it, but most people say to stay away from Dawn of War.
Drifting towards the CADIA sector. Lots of them.
Yeah.
Lots of them.
So, basically, I know I cut this in half, and I'm sorry, but essentially, Cadian forces found out that there were a fuck ton of these space hulks that were drifting into their sector, which is a bad day, because usually, again, they're usually infested with orcs, Tyranids, Gene Stealer cults, whatever. Right? Anything and everything that wants to kill the Imperium, it's usually infested with.
Now, it can be there's a lot coming, and as they're making their way up, some of them are destroyed by orbital defenses. Some of them are boarded by Astartes and dealt with. Not all of them, though, and a lot of them immediately smashed right into Imperial strongholds, naval bases, and other orbital defenses as like gigantic battering rams. And then there's this chaos vessel that was known as the Plague Claw. And the Plague Claw was sighted for a bit by some of the naval officers, and they were like, whoa, wait a minute. That's a really important fucking fleet. Oh shit. And they went to go try to track it down and destroy it. And it led them.
It is really, really deep stuff. This is probably the deepest of lore that you're going to get, only because there are so many things that are happening all at the same time.
Right into something known as the Terminus Est. The Terminus Est is known as the flagship of the commander of the destroyer hive, Lord of the Death Guard, Typhus, and his.
I was gonna say, I remember that ship. I was like, that's Typhus's furry moldy ship, right?
You know it,
Oh,
the
let's go.
disgusting mold ship, and he led right into that an ambush with the Terminus Est and a large majority of the Death Guard fleet, and that Imperium fleet survived, fucking barely. Like they lost like 99% of their ships. And, like the main admiral was able to skedaddle.
Jeez. I mean,
So
it is
with-
the Death Guard, so that doesn't surprise me too much.
No, and they are continuing. With the major naval fleet like destroyed, Typhus had full reign, and he released pestilence upon pestilence on many of the other non-Cadian worlds in the Cadian sector. This was known as the Plague of Unbelief, because a combination of a bunch of giant space hulks slamming into the planets, the pestilence writhing its way through the planets, poxwalkers and zombies spreading it further.
Yep.
And large amounts of people were like, the Emperor has fucking abandoned us. Holy shit. We need, everything has gone to hell. We need to deal with this. And then they started.
Now, okay, again, for those who don't know, when he's talking pestilence upon pestilence, what ended up happening is he was able to make some of the space hulks crash into these other planets, and you had all different kinds of disease that typically are specifically designed to kill or mutate even space marines, right? Pretty quickly. So when he's talking zombies, when he's talking plague walkers and stuff like that, that's what the normal population of non-space marines became. And as they kept going, they would breed all this pestilence and disease and death and decay and everything else. So it literally just spread like wildfire.
Going to like the higher ups and the nobles of the planets to take over, and all the nobles are like have like lung rot and shit, and they're like, I can't fight back. I can't fight. Like a bunch of like peasants are starting running up and like stabbing them with pitchforks and shit because they can't handle it.
Jeez. That is, oh my god, that's a hell of a way to start a campaign. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it was
So-
nasty.
Like, I was gonna say, how do you?
It's a bad
recover
day.
from something like
It's a
that? Like,
really bad
Typhus has
day.
Free reign. There's plague and pestilence and unbelief everywhere. The Death Guard are. How do you? What happens after that, other than everybody dies?
Well, remember, this is at lots of other planets, but not all the planets, because Typhus doesn't have like full range of the entire Cadian system. He's got some planets he's able to fuck with, but not all of them. Because besides, like, as bad as the pestilence may be and all the problems that might happen, you know, a giant suit of Starry's power armor makes you pretty safe sometimes.
Fair.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Not always,
But
most of it.
with lots of them, like kind of these unrest occurring, rebellions breaking out across the planets, resistance groups, cults to the Plague Emperor, Plague God, Nurgle, because lots of cults would sprobe like, please, I'll fucking do anything if you just stop this pain of like this pestilence, and then they'll become like poxwalkers, or they'll be like ascended into a demon or something, and many things like infestation caused a lot of problems. However,
True.
during this period of time, CADIA remained mostly untouched. They still had a massive naval fleet. They had massive like orbital battle stations. You know, Typhus is causing problems, a lot of problems, but not everything has gone downhill yet. However, the planetary governors, the main higher ups, are like, okay, we're under attack. The fucking Typhus is here. He's got his Death Guard. Okay, we need help. So they started bringing in new amounts of regiments of guard, and like lots of regiments of.
True. And again, when he says lots of regiments, everything that I'm about to highlight is all the regiments just for Imperial Guard. Literally everything I just highlighted is all Imperial Guard. So lots of regiments.
Guards started coming in over and over again. You're gonna need them, including this really high elite one called the Volscani Cataphracts.
Oh.
And they're like top tier. They're prime cut. Like, if you think Cadian guardsmen are special, like, these guys are so good. They held a goddamn like welcoming parade.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Wow.
these dudes,
right.
like the governors are there because even they're like, oh, we gotta salute these guys because these dudes are like kings.
Hardcore. Okay.
They're super hardcore, and that was a mistake. As it turned out that prior, because Abaddon's a smart motherfucker, turns out the Volscani Cataphracts had all turned to chaos. And
no.
Yep. And immediately after disembarking, they flew the flags of the despoiler.
Only one
and
step
opened
below the
fire
Astartes. Yep.
upon all of the Cadian forces around them. Their gunships, their tanks, their men, bombs, everything.
Oh. So shit has gotten really, really bad. Not only
Yes.
is Typhus just running around spoiling everything and poxwalkering and pestilence, they call in the best of the best, their elite guard, and
Yep.
even they've turned to chaos, and even they're fucking them up.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. If you
So-
Shai, a very famous Imperial Guard poster that Shai just posted is the one is that's the battle. That's them leading their assault, or against them. That is, like, there's the gigantic fucking regimental ship in the background.
Yep.
Now,
So how do you recover from this?
so
Typhus is already fucking. Your elite are fucked. What? How do you? Okay, go ahead.
all right. Flashback.
Flashback.
Okay. One of the things that I really liked about Aaron Dembski-Bowden when I read Soul Hunter is that often he'd do this thing where he'd go on this like 9-paragraph tangent providing backstory for like a random character, and then the Night Lords just fucking kill them.
Yep.
But it's kind of interesting because it gives you like it's like lore fleshing, you know?
Yeah.
So there's this man. His name is Lord Castellan Ussarkar E. Creed, or also known as just Creed. Now he's 50 years old. He's the supreme commander of military forces of CADIA. Now, Creed, as a young man, he was an orphaned boy in burning ruins of this place.
Creed lives.
A Cadian attack a chaos attack on CADIA.
Okay.
And as an orphaned young child, all he had was a copy of the Gloria Macarius, which I believe is the glory of Macarius, the old War Master.
CADIA stand. Fuck
Sorry,
yeah.
High Solar Macarius, because he chose not to take the title of War Master because he hated Horus. And a single service pistol. And he was alone during the Cadian attack, and he hid in the burning ruins for weeks. And he would never speak of what happened during those days. No one would ever know. But the 8th Cadian Regiment was so impressed by him, and this like 8-year-old or not 8-year-old, it was the 8th Cadian Regiment, but this young child in these burning ruins to survive with just this book and a pistol. So he eventually was taken in by the 8th Cadian Regiment, and he was drafted very early age into the White Shields, which is basically a bunch of fucking child soldiers.
Yep.
And then he survived. He excelled as both a soldier and a really good tactician. So eventually he was able to earn his own command under like, as a young kid, he earned his own command of these White Shields. And that's where he met a buddy named Jaren Kell, also known as Color Sergeant Kell. You know how like Nemesaur, Xandrek, and Oberyn are like best robot boys?
Oh, yeah.
This is the same.
Gotcha.
Honestly, these two guys share massive similarities. Creed is an older man who is an incredibly esteemed general, and he has a sergeant to his side that is like undoubtedly loyal.
Right. Okay.
Now, God knows what Creed has like dealt with. The sheer amount of things he's had to fight. He's led armored companies. He's led guardsmen like drops. The man has gone to such an insane degree, rising through the ranks, that he eventually reached the rank of Lord Castellan after a plot to assassinate the Cadian governor, the Cadian Primus governor, and much of the high command during that period of time. That's when he finally was able to make
Sober.
the rank
There
of
he
Lord
is.
Castellan, and therefore be created as the new planetary governor, as all the other Cadian high command were killed by those cataphract guys.
I was going to say, yeah. So I'm going to clean that up a wee bit. So those cataphract guys, when they came out, right, you had all these different high lords and governors and everything else. And when they started firing, they literally killed all of those governors that were there to revere them and show their respect and their gratitude towards these cataphracts, who then ended up murdering them. So now Creed becomes the Lord Castellan of the entire planet almost immediately. He spent 3 hours maybe before an OCD is going off, so he feels rancid, so I'll just sit and chill and enjoy. Fuck yeah. Chime in whenever you want, dude. It's all good.
Right. Okay.
Now, normally, the CADIA always had two governors. There was the Primus and the Secundus. And now with the... What?
I think it's funny that the second one is called the Secundus. He's the
why is that
second
funny?
governor. It's second us.
I thought you were
gonna
make a. I thought you were gonna.
Oh, you
make
thought
an
I was
Among
gonna. You
Us.
thought I was gonna suss it. You thought I was gonna suss it up.
Well,
Yeah.
I was either gonna be Secundus, or it was gonna be like Amogus Secundus.
Now I'm not the one that does the.
Look,
Among
it's
Us
spoiled.
names,
She
but
hates
yeah,
it here.
No, I suppose.
No,
you're
I'm not. Of course I'm not. You might have thought that because you do them, but not me. I've got culture. I only do anime memes.
Oh my god. Okay, so anyway, with the Cadian High Command dead, Lord Creed and his insane tactical prowess now actually took the rank of Lord Castellan, a special rank that made him both the Primus and the Secundus. He was the main new planetary governor for Cadia, and the first thing he did with his fucking giga brain was lead a counter assault with all the remaining troops against this major assault by the cataphracts.
Yep.
And by God, did he fuck them up.
Yeah, he did.
He leaded them back. He leaded them back immediately. His counterattack was incredibly skilled. His tactical genius, like, he knows an initial assault when he sees one. Space Hulk slamming into things, Death Guard killing off populations, an immediate assassination of the High Command. He knows a goddamn war when he sees one.
True. By the way, everything up to this point, literally day one. Like, no bullshit. Literally day fucking one. You had Space Hulks taking out military installations and naval fleet, naval shipyards and everything else. You had other Space Hulks being driven into fucking planets and spreading disease and pestilence and death and all these uprisings on all these other planets. You had the cataphracts, and you had all these different divisions being mobilized, and the cataphracts come in, and then they immediately assassinate literally all of the fucking higher-ups. This is day one. Sophia, how you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah.
So he's like, no way. And he took out all the cataphracts, led his
Good.
counter assault, secured the surface of Cadia, and immediately started getting forces rallied for like full-blown war.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Because this dude is a giga brain.
Damn. So he fought off the best of the best guardsmen that had turned to chaos.
If you look
With
in the first image that Shai showed us, look in the way back. He's got that Chad ass trench coat. There he is, lording over all the dudes. Dude, in game, he's literally tactical genius. The fucking dude's got.
He's basically supposed to be like Winston Churchill, essentially.
2 high-powered pistols that he wields like a goddamn double pistol, like Rambo motherfucker. And he's like not very tall. I think he's like 5'6" or something.
Yeah, he looks kind of stocky. Yeah.
He's a little stocky. Like most guardsmen are like pretty prime cut dudes. They're like 6 foot, 6'3". But Creed is like, he's this little stocky dude, but the man, he's got a fucking trench coat. That collar is popping.
Oh yeah, he's not even, he doesn't even have his arms in the sleeves. He's such a Chad.
There's a story that we might cover one day. There's a joke where Creed beats Zinch in chess, like the god Zinch. And there's also another meme. Back in the old day of 40K, Creed used to have an ability called Tactical Genius, where you could take any unit in the game for guard and you could outflank it because you hit it. So the joke is that Creed would like
on CADIA recap,
skyscraper-sized titans and like hide them behind stop signs.
That was a thing. I do remember people, like, I do remember the meme of, or at least I saw a couple of stories on Reddit and stuff of people doing that. Literally, here it because the way the rules worked on the tabletop, you could literally have, and here I'll actually show you. Give me 1 second because I still have a few that have survived. Okay. On the tabletop, you have guys this big, right? Roughly. Actually, they're a little bit smaller because these are big boys, right? These are Terminators. These guys are literally physically bigger than the typical, like, fucking miniature that you would have. But roughly about this size. This is what the tabletop would be riddled with all over the place. Now take this and make it anywhere between 18 inches to 4.5 feet tall. And those are roughly the size different. Those are roughly the different sizes of Titans. Okay. So with the ability that he had, and because of the way that the rules worked, if there was a tall enough wall that was set up, technically a Titan, even if it was 4.5 feet tall, could be considered hidden. And so long as it was hidden, you could use this to have a Titan miraculously flank an entire enemy army so long as Creed was on the table. And it'd just be like, surprise, motherfucker, here's a giant fucking skyscraper. Actually, it's like 2 Burj Khalifas end on end, standing tall, with a city on top of it, and cannons probably the size of a regular city that somehow snuck behind an entire army without anybody seeing it, and they're dead.
Because he was so fucking smart, and he'd be like, "Peekaboo, I see you, die, traitor scum."
Oh god, where did that Titan come from? Oh my god.
It's pretty great.
Could have been hiding behind that little tree.
His own rules were fantastic. It's like those memes where someone who's way bigger than like a side of a tree walks out behind a tree and it's like, haha, I've caught you.
Yep.
It's fucking great. Anyway, so Creed led the counterattack, and then they decided to eventually, or they were able to, after sending out astropath help signals, they were able to get Imperial forces such as the Astartes and a few other Imperial Guard and stuff to eventually answer the call to assist them.
For those who don't know, astropath signals, essentially what it is they have a bunch of psychics, and they were able to communicate with a bunch of other psychics throughout the warp and throughout the galaxy and stuff like that, who got the message that said, oh shit, CADIA is under attack, we need to go. That's essentially what it was.
They eventually scouted out the Eye of Terror in order to see what might be coming to for them, which was a trap. Of course it was, because Abaddon also has Gigabrain.
True.
And all of the scouts were then stranded on a demon world, which then like imploded because it's a demon world. So, you know, I mean, physics, who needs them?
Yeah.
But then after it imploded on itself, the real 13th Black Crusade fleet arrived. A couple hundred chaos ships, space hulks, transports, the Plague Claw, the Terminus Est, the entire fleet of the Death Guard.
The Plague Claw was the eyeball one. The Terminus Est was the fuzzy moldy ship.
2 separate Blackstone fortresses.
We went over the Blackstone fortresses. Those are the giant continent-sized pyramid 6-point star fortresses.
and the vengeful spirit.
Vengeful Spirit used to be the flagship of Horus, the heretic, and now has been given to Abaddon because Horus got Alt F4'd.
With Abaddon himself aboard it.
Oh boy. Oh,
That's the Vengeful
Before this, I
Spirit
was like,
right there.
Wow, this Creed guy, he sure sounds like he could, put a stop to all this nonsense. Now it's just like, yeah, you're fucked. You're fucked. Like, you got everything spewing out from the Eye of Terror. Typhus is still on the other side, fucking everything. I mean, good luck.
It's a bad
Good
day.
luck.
It's a very bad day.
This is CADIA, fool. This is CADIA.
But I mean, that's a lot of chaos.
But what? I don't know nothing what you're talking about.
It's not like it's called the Fall of CADIA for a reason or anything, right?
Well, I mean that's that's different.
That's a different story. Yeah.
We'll get there.
Okay.
All right. We need more Bricky quotes.
Let's go.
Here's a fantastic one from Creed himself. He says, "Let me make one thing clear, gentlemen. We are now in the fight of our lives. The arch enemy has come to our home with greater force and fury than ever before. All that stands between him and victory is us. Us, gentlemen. It is we who must stand before the enemy and turn him back. Why? Because we're here and no one else is going to do it for us. So if any man here believes he cannot do his duty to the emperor, then he should present himself before the regimental commissars and stop wasting my time."
Wow.
You know
Yeah,
what's
you don't
fucking
fuck
cool
with
about
him.
Creed? On CADIA, the most like whipped fucking planet of all time. If you're a planetary general, if you are like a major high officer, if there's a speck of fucking dust on your boot, you're going in the stocks. Like you have your uniforms pressed. You are clean. You need to look the fucking part. Like, this is CADIA, fool.
This is CADIA, fool.
Creed?
That's a badass speech, though.
Creed has a dirty jacket. He smokes cigars. He's got fucking cigar dust on his uniform. He like spits on the ground. He probably has tobacco chew. At least probably he wears dirty 3-day like non-wash uniforms because he's too much of a Chad. Because no one dares like get against his command because he is the physical definition of function over form. Remember what we talked about before a while ago about the whole like the dirty mechanic shop?
Yes.
Where like the dirty mechanic shop is preferred because you know that they actually work.
They've been doing stuff. Yeah. Got the grime under their fingernails and everything. Yeah.
He's the physical embodiment of that. It's good speech though, right? Like he's like no nonsense.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, that's a rallying speech right there.
So if we
it's not just a rallying speech. It's also I've got no time for bullshit speech.
Done yet. An admiral and his fleet decide to engage the Chaos Fleet to buy time for reinforcements. They all died horribly.
Of course.
This is probably like 60 pages in a book, but I just skipped it like that because this is what we have to do in these episodes.
Yeah. Yep.
Then the other planets around CADIA were then fighting the Death Guard and Plague Marines because they constantly were crumbling from the Imperial defenses were crumbling to the full might of the full-on Death Guard. And then the Emperor's Children attacked another planet. And then the Night Lords attacked another planet and started spreading fear throughout the entire sector.
Yep.
And then the Alpha Legion were like, surprise! And revealed themselves to be hidden in cells of Space Marines and started to beat up a bunch of fucking loyalist Space Marines.
Yep.
They were like,
boy.
in a Jack-in-the-Box, like, surprise, heretics! Blah, 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 blah.
Pop goes the heretic.
Dude, I need a fucking Alpha Legion inside like a Jack-in-the-Box. And then it pops out with a bolter. It's like, surprise, loyalists! And he starts gunning them down.
So, man, can it get any worse? Like, I mean...
Yes. It's the fall of CADIA. It can get worse. 1,000,000%. And it does.
I guess it does. We haven't hit the end of it yet, have we? Okay.
No!
Oh, this sounds like peak awful, but yeah.
So, that wasn't done. More chaos came. Greater demons, Titan legions, Chaos cultists, Chaos Imperial Guard kept on going. And while the planets just started falling like mad, destroyed by the Chaos forces, Abaddon and his fleet made their way to CADIA specifically. And with the devastation of huge amounts of the Imperial fleet, the destruction of the Cadian High Command, and the destruction now of a ton of Cadian orbital defenses, Abaddon had a clear shot to CADIA.
Mm-hmm. Which is bad.
Way farther away in a sector, Abaddon also sent a massive amount of forces to Medusa, which is the home world of the Iron Hands.
Yep.
And because the Iron Hands recruit specifically from Medusa, they had to take all of their fortress monasteries, all of their major Iron Hand forces away from the Cadian battle in an attempt to stop the massive amount of attacking over at Medusa. This included like 10,000 Trader Guard tanks and Astartes and like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Abaddon probably would have been stoked if he was able to take Medusa, but that was not the goal. The goal was get the Iron Hands away from the fight.
Yeah, thin the ranks out a little bit, get the Iron Hands away, and then make your job a lot easier.
Hell yeah. And then after that, the invasion of CADIA had finally begun. This started off with a fierce orbital bombardment from God knows how many ships. I don't know if you know this, but in Warhammer, there's these things called void shields. It's a fancy shield that covers big things like really large vehicles, Titans, and like aircraft, or like starships. Lots of planets have these over their structures, and the reason is to stop orbital bombardments. Because like there's always the question, why do they even do ground battles? Just fucking orbitally bombard them, right?
Because they avoid shields, so you got to do on the ground.
Exactly.
True.
This being said, certain areas were like not even able to handle it because he bombed them so fucking hard. After that, he sent Chaos Marines, thousands of Trader Guard, and demons directly to the surface, to a point where they were being held at bay by the 13th Company of Space Wolves, as well as, of course, the sheer volume of Mechanicus and Guard on the surface. Because there's a lot of them.
Yeah,
so
there's just a couple guardsmen, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, he's not done. Abaddon's got more. He's a war master. He's got more plans.
Of course.
Now we're gonna talk about our boys. Our boys, our Italian pizza man war bears.
Oh no.
Hey!
Hey! We're
God.
bringing the words. Hey!
You know what's the most famous word bearer of all time, DK?
Who's that?
It's Erebus, and
Erebus.
Erebus. He's gonna make dark rituals on a planet they captured, and they're creating giant warp storms and terrible hordes of demons across the sector. And now, by creating giant warp storms and summoning demons, large amounts of the Sons of Malice and Dark Angels were now completely unable to help CADIA because of these giant warp storms cutting off their planets.
Yep.
Ooh, boy.
So that's 3 Space Marine chapters that now can't help currently.
God damn.
Good old Erebus, it was like, hey, yo, demons, we decide to steal about like a couple million civilians from these planets that Typhus fucked up. We're gonna sacrifice them to you now. Can you do our bidding a little bit? Can you cut off some of the ways, get some warp storms to stop any Imperial reinforcements? And the Chaos Gods were like, I got you, homie.
Thanks for the snack. I got you.
True.
I got you. Hey, Nurgle had like a face full of pizza. He looked like Pizza the Hut, and he was like, "Hey,
hey!" Oh man, it sucks to be on Cadia right now.
Yeah, it's a bad day. It's a really bad day on Cadia.
It's
Yep. It is not a good time.
Also,
However,
by the way, this is completely off topic. I would at some point absolutely love to do some shit whether it be in podcast form like this, or whether it be in a video or whatever. I know he streams as well, but I would love to do something with Bricky. I think it'd be amazing. I finished reading the Minkalesque trilogy. The first book is her on CADIA when it falls. It is super fucked. It is insanely fucked. Absolutely insanely fucked. Like, CADIA got royally fucked. But, as Trader Nikki has so valiantly pointed out, the planet broke before the Guard did.
However, thanks to Creed's Giga Brain, those demons and things they sent down to the surface were actually starting to be held back. Because of him and a large amount of white scars, were able to slowly force back the encroaching enemy. But then, in a blast of fantastic luck, about a couple dozen chapters of Space Marines finally arrived as reinforcements.
Now, he says couple dozen. Here we go. I get hyped as fuck over CADIA lore. Me too. You want to see? That's roughly your couple dozen. Right there. That finally made it. By the end, the rest of this ends up there. So, basically, boom. There's your couple dozen Space Marine chapters that showed up, that were able to actually finally make it. On top of the Space Wolves being there, on top of the White Scars being there, on top of the Salamanders being there, and so on.
Not from those areas that were blocked off,
Yeah,
mind you.
I was gonna say, how'd they get through those warp storms?
But they finally fucking made it.
Death Watch just being there, yep. Les only got off CADIA because a lone Space Wolf happened to be on a local rampage and was like, get on my ship, I guess. Yeah, the Space Wolves you don't fuck with. Like, if they're in the middle of a rampage, you just, and they tell you to do something, you go do it, because it gets you out of their way. Otherwise, you're probably gonna die.
The Dark Angels and Space Wolves were then dealing with the threats of Typhus and his Plague Legions, the Black Templars, the Imperial Fists, the Inquisition, and the Grey Knights, who we haven't talked much about yet, have arrived to stop Abaddon.
Hell yeah, the Grey Knights.
That's like a super secretive fucking
My boys.
Space Marine organization that are entirely about
Boom,
killing,
Grey Knights.
demons.
Oh, so Chaos does not want the Grey Knights to show up.
Grey
That's
Knights,
probably the last thing they want.
Yes, but Grey Knights are very small. They're very
No, not
specific.
physically.
They know the true names of demons. That's like words of banishment and shit like that. The thing about Grey Knights is
Oh yeah, I'm not surprised at all
A
sober.
bunch of demons, and then they'll just they'll look at you and they'll just fucking teleport away and be like, peace. and if you know about them,
Seeing the Grey Knights and realizing I am not walking away from this. Yeah, well, and see, that's the funny thing, right? Here you are, an Imperial Guardsman, and you're fighting against all manners of chaos. You're fighting against demons. You're fighting against traitor legions. You're fighting against disease, pestilence. You're fighting against ships being thrown at the planet. You're fighting like everything. And then all of a sudden, you see a couple of things, right? You see all manner of Space Marines, whom in and of itself is insane to see, right? Coming to aid. And then you see a bunch of Space Marines all dressed in black, minus a pauldron that looks similar to this, right? And they're all in black, and they're in Terminator armor, and you've never seen them before because they're highly specialized, and they got some really insane shit. And then you see an even smaller group all decked out in silver, with fucking silver and gold pauldrons, big ass fuck off thunder hammers, massive fucking massive energy spears and energy swords and power fists and Terminator armor and like everything. That's, yeah. Just seeing the fucking Death Watch would make me think, oh fuck. Yeah, not to mention, and this isn't covered in this, but I will bring it up, there is another group that ends up being there towards the end. Are you ready for this? The Legion of the Damned. So now you have, towards the end, you've got literally any and all fucking hands on deck for Space Marines, including Death Watch, Grey Knights, and the Legion of the Damned. That's fucking insane.
Like no one knows about them. Normally you get killed if you know about them.
Oh shit, they're that secretive?
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, they do like memory wipes, or they just kill you. if
Those
they
guys
have a
scare you.
demonic
They scare the shit out of me
infestation.
too, but they're so
Grey Knight
cool.
lore has been
I
handled
love the
really
Legion of the
bad.
Damned.
It's better now, but in the day, oh my god. We'll talk about them later in their episode.
Okay.
They are pretty cool looking though. However, this is like the big time when like they finally might have a chance to turn back the crusade, right? Like all these Space Marine chapters have arrived, all these big fucking like groups have come to the assistance of CADIA. In CADIA, the actual service themselves were being held back. Creed and his Gigabrain was actually finally able to really push back the Chaos Forces. They were doing a great job. And not only that, but even more things arrived. The Sisters of Battle, the Order of Our Martyred Lady.
The Adepta fucking Sororitas come out of nowhere and start dropping fucking churches and burninating everything. How insane is that? Seeing all those guys in one place is like the sign that basically no one is making it out. Yeah. Then you go, there's no fucking way this could get any worse. I'm already gonna die. And you see literal fucking churches being dropped from orbit and literal women with white hair and flamethrowers just laying waste to everything. And then Saint fucking Celestine herself with the iron halo and the wings come out of nowhere with her cadre of seraphim and just start laying waste in droves to literally anything in their way. It's a really bad day.
And she herself, Saint Celestine, had joined the battle. There's an image that Shai showed right there. That's her, bright as a fucking sun, coming through, flying and killing the demons with all that holy light.
Jesus Christ.
Don't come to CADIA on 999 M41
The
tomorrow,
sisters, the
bro,
Black
right?
Templars,
Black
all
Templars
of
were
these
there, that's right, yep.
Are here and
When you
assisting.
said
Like
this was
everybody's
Endgame,
here.
When you said this was Endgame, you were not kidding.
This is insane.
Everyone, and I'm not even done. We got more characters to talk about. Like Erebus is here, man. Erebus, let's go.
Arab, hey, it's Erebus.
So as you know, all these things, right? Like the Inquisition, the fucking Grey Knights, like everyone's fucking here. And like I said, this is like 4 goddamn books.
True. Now, again, before we keep going, here I'm gonna do this. Imagine just being on fucking CADIA and everything's going to hell, and all of a sudden you see shit being dropped from low orbit, right? Just shit is being dropped from low orbit. You can't make out what it is quite yet, but it's coming in and it's really, really big. And all of a sudden you just hear this. Oh shit, it's the sisters. How insane would that be? Because, and this is why I play that music, because literally while they are fighting, they are singing hymns, they are literally going through and screaming different psalms out, and they have recorded music such as this playing the entire time. You are shitting your pants as an Imperial Guardsman watching this all unfold. How insane would that be?
that we're going through right now. But then things got worse.
Yeah, things got a lot worse.
They always get worse.
I'm genuinely surprised the God Emperor himself did not intervene through the warp, because there were so many people there who are channeling his wrath during that fight. There were a lot of fucking people. But the reason why is because what happened after CADIA fell, right? What happens after CADIA falls? Where does everybody go? Ultramar. Macragge. Robot Girly Man gets brought back to life.
Erebus's ritual finally came to its completion. And then he was able to create warp storms to cut off the entire area of Cadian system. It's all a warp storm now. That means if you're in Cadia, you're staying.
Not getting out, yeah.
And no one else can help you.
They go to Applebee's. You know, funny you say that, Spoiled, because Macragge is... Yeah, Macragge, honestly, it's pretty much Applebee's. Yeah. Fucking Gorilla Man coming back and being like, all right, what I miss? The best part about... Okay, I never cared for Robot Girly Man until he came back. Specifically because he was the guy that did your fucking taxes. Right? Like, he was kind of boring, and nobody gave a shit, and okay, great, he was the poster child of the Ultramarines, but nobody cared, right? And then he comes back, and he's in the armor of fate once he's resurrected, and he's got the Emperor's flaming sword in hand, and everybody stops. All the Chaos Marines, all the demons, all the Space Marines, all of Adeptus Sororitas, like literally everybody stops what they're doing, and they all go silent, and in one swipe, he takes out 3 fucking greater demons and just goes to town. And then, when he's made the new Master of Mankind, after he's read everything and he's been caught up over 10,000 years of history, he is now literally the spokesperson for Ultra Depression. And that's what makes him so cool, because he knows that by all rights he should absolutely like nuke everything because of what they turned the Emperor into, but he can't because he needs them. So now he just is the spokesperson for Ultra Depression because he's stuck and he can't do anything about changing what's wrong with the Imperium. Everyone says he peaked in the Crusades and Horus Heresy, but my guy Gorilla Man is still peaking. Absolutely, he's still peaking. 100%.
That's the end. You right
How
now,
you doing, Spoiled?
Are like
You're
there. If you're
That's
there,
how many reinforcements you've got. If this doesn't work out,
you're fucking
fucked.
there now.
Nobody else is coming to save you. It's
Now, as interesting as this was, and as good old Creed was holding back all of the insane forces,
Creed lives.
it was starting to really get on Abaddon's nerves. And now that the Typhus and the Death Guard were now they had a giant area of closed off space, they were at their full peak. They were like, okay, you're all stuck here. Plagues.
Yep.
And good old Abaddon was making his way to Cadia with a few things. A giant chaos ship known as the Planet Killer.
Yep.
Which, ironically enough, can destroy planets.
Yeah.
And
no kidding.
Imagine
Is
that.
that
Of
why they call it
course.
the Planet Killer.
they do. And of course, the Blackstone Fortress itself, which is... I don't think I was able to truly, like...
It's the size of a continent.
let you know, like, the power of a Blackstone Fortress.
Well, you
Blackstone
said
Fortress,
it was like a Death Star, but stronger, so it could absolutely blow up a planet.
Right. But, like, if you combine 3 of them together, you can supernova a star.
Yeah, in real time, by the way. That's not like, oh, we're going to shoot a giant fuck-off laser at a star, and then a million years from now it's going to go supernova, so you got some time. It's literally star go boom now. So yeah, these fucking things are powerful.
Oh.
And he had 2.
Ooh. Well.
Yeah, he brought
Yeah.
2 of those to the fight.
That's quite the little. That's quite the little armada.
It's
he's
a party
amassed.
trick.
It's quite the.
He's got a fucking fleet, is what he's goddamn got.
Yeah.
It is nuts. He has a wave, a tide of traders. He like this is you can't, like okay, Abaddon. Everyone memes on him, of course.
Of course.
I could maybe understand a little bit more of the memeing prior to the fall of CADIA,
Mhm.
but I feel like the fall of CADIA like cemented him a little bit more because he went all fucking out for this.
He did.
Yeah,
It's true.
certainly sounds like he had everything planned out to where it's like you can't fail. Like there's no way you'd lose this. Like it's only the only surprising thing is that it took him as long as it did.
Fight for CADIA is probably my all-time favorite battle in 40K, just because it has the most badass dudes in 40K history coming together and saying, "Chaos? How funny." It's insane. Literally, like you said, the only thing that it's missing is Big E himself. That's it. Other than that, literally everyone for every single Loyalist army and every single Traitor army and every single Chaos army is represented in this battle. It's insane.
Actually, I think the only surprise is that Creed has lasted as long as he has.
It
Because he's
is.
a fucking amazing Giga Brain Chad.
If Creed was not there, CADIA would have fallen in the ground battle. Because Creed is such a goddamn Giga Chad. But, continuing, Abaddon then is leading his attack on the full-on on CADIA themselves. And what he's doing, good old Abby, our man himself,
Yeah.
he is taking, so the name of the Blackstone Fortress is called the Will of Eternity. And as the Will of Eternity was making its way to CADIA, CADIA's shields were down.
Yep.
Oh,
And
no.
that's because of Abaddon's attacks, and it required a couple of days in order to get those shields back up to block the Blackstone Fortress.
Oh.
Now, flashback,
Flashback.
flashback. There is a man. His name, you might know him just a little bit. His name is Trazen the Infinite.
Oh shit!
High
Let's
Archivist
go.
of the Solemnus Galleries, Overlord of the Hylac dynasty. And good old Trazen the Infinite had this bell in his possession called the Bell of St. Gerstal. And for thousands of years, this bell sat silent upon its nice little pedestal in stasis in the large galleries of Solemnus.
For those who don't know, I'm bringing people up to speed as we go. He is what is considered one of the Necrons. It is a very old race. Unfortunately, they are basically space Terminators who want to live again but can't. And for a long time, they haven't been exactly all that friendly with the Imperium, mostly because the Imperium is incredibly xenophobic, and anything and everything that isn't human or isn't loyal to the Emperor dies, essentially.
And this period of time, it eventually started fucking banging. It started
Very fucking crazy to think that a battle between the absolute might of the Imperium and Chaos Forces of the Warp caused the entire planet to be destroyed, because that's what it took for Chaos Forces to beat the Imperium. And the best part is, they didn't beat the Imperium.
started banging like mad. The first note split the ceiling of the Bell stasis chamber, having a bunch of coolant dissolve a whole bunch of priceless artifacts in sand sculpture. The second one caused a logic cascade to wrongfully have the commands and Necron warriors to come back alive and stasis sleep and start shooting shit. The third one sent reverberations throughout the... It kept on banging, and it fucked up his, like, a huge amount of his gallery. and he was like,
hates.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like the idea of Gary Busey being the one ringing the bell now. I really like that. I don't know why, but I can just picture Gary Busey outliving everyone to the 41st millennium, specifically so that he can ring that fucking bell.
It did, and it went and chimed 13 times, exactly 13, in 13 Black Crusade.
Oh, hey. Okay.
And now to say that Trazen was fucking pissed would be an understatement.
Yeah.
We
He does
know
not like it when his gallery gets fucked up. If you,
But by the way, this is also across the galaxy that this happens, right? So he's just sitting in his gallery, he's doing nothing, he's chilling in his big fuck off throne, and all of a sudden, Gary Busey's over there ringing that goddamn bell, and he doesn't know what to do, and he's just like, fuck! What is going on? Son of a bitch!
you mess with his gallery, that's, oh boy, nothing worse. Nothing
I mean,
worse.
we've been reading The Infinite and the Divine. We know for a fact he is not pleased when you mess with his gallery.
No. He does not like his priceless artifacts to be touched and messed with. Nope.
So naturally, this bell was in stasis. So it can't move.
Yeah.
Like,
Shouldn't. Yeah.
why in the fuck does it chime?
Gary
It shouldn't
Busey.
move.
We know,
And
it's Gary
as
Busey.
angry as Trazen was, he was also like, that's fucking weird. I should figure out the hell's going on. And so the first thing he did was throw that bell into the deepest depths of the Eldar webway, hoping that it would inconvenience them as much as it inconvenienced him. Because he's such
He
a...
literally picked up the bell out of broken stasis and threw it in the immaterial fuck off bin, which is amazing. I kid you. He's just like, this goddamn bell, and he just picked it and threw it in the fucking warp trash.
a douche.
What a dick.
He's just like,
What a
man,
dick."
that's annoying. Here you go. Yeet. And just throws
you
the
deal
bell
with
into the webway. He's like, maybe the Eldar will be bugged by it instead. All right. So he made his way to Thanatos, and through the use of the Celestial Orrery, which is that thing that can, like, boop,
Blow up
star
stars.
explodes.
Yeah.
He was figuring out what in the goddamn hell was going on. And he was finding out that the 13 chimes was the signaling of the 13th Black Crusade. And the bell was tolling, I don't know, warp fuckery or whatever. So he made his way, sensing some real interesting stuff.
There was some real interesting stuff to take. These would be the sisters. That would be the sisters of battle. They're getting ready.
On his way to CADIA.
It's like the movie Porky's, where they're looking through the hole in the showers.
And as the Blackstone Fortress was firing up its major weapon and the Mechanicus were trying to get the shields online, a certain man with a certain large amount of scarabs decided to play the hero and charge up the Cadian shields to block the Blackstone Fortress's planet-killing shot.
Oh, wow.
So
really?
Trazen himself, using a bunch of scarabs and a bunch of Xenos tech, was able to overcharge the reactors of the Mechanicus and save CADIA from death.
Wow.
Without Trazen, CADIA would be a fucking, like, ash in solar winds.
Wow. I would not expect Trazen to overload the shields and say, well, I guess that's not entirely true, because like you said, he probably wanted some artifacts, he probably wanted to steal some stuff, he probably wanted to grab some stuff for his gallery, and he can't really do that if Katie is, ash in just solar ash.
That's true.
I guess it
Yeah.
makes sense.
It wouldn't work out well. But,
Yeah.
I mean, Trazen, he wanted to play the hero a little bit. He was curious. And he's like, I like to fuck around. We do a little trolling. You know, we do a little trolling. So, with that being blocked, naturally Abaddon kind of pissed off.
A little bit.
So he decides instead to continue with his major ground assault. The first ground assault was also involving like a bunch of demons.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't work out thanks to the intervention of Saint Celestine and a bunch of other people. So he's like, fuck it, I'll do it myself.
Yep.
And so then he sends just like traitor warships, traitor like drop pods black into the goddamn sky. Just never-ending transports of demons, guards, Astartes, everyone. And he himself, along with his personal guard of, like, I think they're Terminators,
Mm-hmm.
decided to teleport, because Terminators have teleportation devices,
course they do.
directly into the high spire of good old Lord Creed's command station
Jesus.
in order to deal with Creed himself.
Holy
And you know
shit.
who was waiting for him there at the spire?
Creed?
Nope. Color Sergeant Kell, Creed's most loyal servant and lifelong friend.
Okay.
Creed was nowhere to be seen because he's got such a giga brain and he already expected this to happen.
Yep.
Of course. Why wouldn't he?
He's such an absolute Chad, man. I love
Yeah.
Creed.
Not to mention, if I remember correctly, because we all know what's coming for poor Kel here. I believe the story goes that basically Kel shit talked, like while he was getting his ass handed to him, and while he was fighting them as best he could, and even after they captured him and started torturing him and everything like that, till the bitter end, that motherfucker kept like spitting in their faces and calling them all sorts of shit and basically like making fun of them. You need all this to take down a planet of humans and you can't, that kind of thing. Yeah, that motherfucker was not afraid.
I suppose that's the most obvious thing to do when things are like, oh, we've been holding them back for a while. What are they probably going to do? They're probably going to come after me. So where should I not be? In the one most obvious place for me to be. Yeah, that makes sense.
So Color Sergeant Kell instead held the line in that area with a whole bunch of, I think he had a whole bunch of other like guardsman forces to try to use it as almost like an ambush to deal with good old
Abby
himself.
Yep.
Can confirm it did not necessarily work because Abaddon is an absolutely horrifying goddamn person.
That's true.
Can confirm, might not have worked. Might have been slaughtered. Abaddon, pretty strong. Big claw. Big evil sword.
Yeah.
Probably can confirm that they got fucking destroyed.
Yeah.
And that was the main thing is like they were realizing that Abaddon was doing this, so Creed was basically going to evacuate. And he wasn't like just not there. Like he was on his way to get the fuck out of there by the time he arrived.
Right.
And so they were able to get Creed onto a Valkyrie in order to get him to flee away. But unfortunately, Kell himself was not able to evacuate in time, and Abaddon snatched him before getting on the Valkyrie. And the last words that Color Sergeant Kell said before he was fucking bodied by Abaddon was "CADIA stands."
You damn right.
And I was like,
CADIA
bada-
stands, motherfucker.
Bada bing, bada boom. CADIA stands.
CADIA stands.
And then
Shout
Color
it out,
Sergeant
Guardsman fans.
And then Color Sergeant Kell got absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. He probably
CADIA
said
totally
something
stands. One fucking 100%.
And that's the unfortunate part. But
Yeah.
at the same time, Color Sergeant Kell, I'm underplaying this a little bit because we didn't talk enough.
The planet
about
broke
Creed, but,
before
this
the
is like a
guard
lifelong
did.
Friend.
Hell
This
yeah.
is like a personal bodyguard and the closest friend.
Yeah.
This is big fucking pain for Creed, but Creed got away. He was able to make it out, and so with all of that, and with the attempts on Creed's life, and with all the battles going on the surface, they were starting to have some problems, and they were starting to lose a bit of this battle. The actual forces were kind of making their way.
Pop a
in. They were
nurgle.
They were gaining ground. Things were getting rough. However, let's do a little bit of back skipping once again. Why
Ooh,
not?
Flashback.
So before the Will of Eternity fired its big Blackstone Fortress fuck off gum, there was this contingent of space wolves.
Yes.
And these space wolves decided to do their very best to hold off the Blackstone
These are not space wolves. I just need to make that clear. They are not furries. Fuck furries.
Fortress so they could get time to fix their shields. They didn't get enough time. Thank you, Trazen. But what they did is they had a whole bunch of space wolves fight against the Blackstone Fortress, and there was this guy, the leader of it, known as, if this isn't the most space wolf name of all time, I don't know what is.
It's my favorite part of
Sven
playing as a
Bloodhound.
Cadian in Darktide. Hell yeah.
Wow. I love him already.
Sven
Hello,
Bloodhound.
Marty.
Sven Bloodhound.
was a Chad. He was like,
He
"All right,
was.
we're gonna deal with how the will of attorney. How
Look at this. Sven Bloodhound has the fucking Giga Chad head. Like, he literally is a Giga Chad.
we can." So they fired a whole bunch of boarding pods into the Blackstone Fortress to try to cause problems from within. Unfortunately, the rest of the Space Wolf fleet got destroyed and killed,
True.
which is unfortunate.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that is unfortunate.
That's a bummer.
That was their way to like buy time in order to get the shields up, which, thank you, Trazen. But a bit ago, in a super bigger flashback,
Oh,
there's this
boy.
man. His name is Archmagos Belisarius Call.
Oh,
Yes.
big boy, call. Let's go.
Was speaking to some Eldar.
You know, as Belisarius Call does. Because he's, for those who don't know, Belisarius Call is fucking weird. He is a weird ass dude. Like, even for the Adeptus Mechanicum, he is stupid weird. Like, there are other people in the Mechanicum who are like, bro, are you all right? And he's just like, and like, he's just going like fucking like Mach 8, doing all these things because he can. And then he's like, well, I mean, the only way to do this is to bring in the Eldar. The only way to make sure that we bring in the Eldar is to do that. Like, I mean, and he's going, like, he's 18,000 steps ahead of literally everybody else, and nobody can figure out why he does what he does.
The Eldar were like, "Hey, don't really like you, you fucking freak. But
That's true.
we've got some common cause right now."
Exact quote.
Exact quote. And they showed Call a whole bunch of these fancy pantsy things, which are these weird old pylons. And they're strange because CADIA has this thing. They have these things called the Cadian pylons, these gigantic, super tall pylons that were like present on Cadian system. And no one fucking knows what they were. Their heritage is like alien. No one really knows what they are. They're just these big pylons, and Katie just kind of built around them.
Yep.
And they're like, whatever, man.
And here's the other thing with these pylons, right? It's not like they were just like, oh, look, these are giant, building-sized spike things. I wonder what they are. Oh, well, okay, nobody left an instruction manual. Fuck that. They went and they tried for thousands of years to figure out what these things are, and there are all these tunnels that connect all of these pylons together, and they went deep into the tunnels to try and figure out if there was a way to actually get inside of them. And not only could they not figure it out, but like the majority of people who ever went into these tunnels to try and scope out the place and figure out what this shit did never came back. So then after a while, they were like, yeah, I mean, maybe it's just best if we leave them alone. They're not bothering us. We don't bother them. And there you go.
So after enough time, Call was figuring out what these pylons were, thanks to the help of the Eldar. And thanks to the Eldar use of the webway, they were able to bypass the warp storms and get Call onto the Cadian system.
Now, again, I know I'm a fucking pause Andy right now. The webway is another way to go faster than the speed of light without having to use the warp, because the warp is bad. It's full of chaos and demons and chaos gods and all that other shit. The webway is really cool, but unfortunately it's also where the Dark Eldar are, and the Dark Eldar really like to fuck. Like, really, really, really like to fuck. And if you're caught prisoner, they will literally fuck you to death, and then they will fuck the corpse for about 20 years. And then after they're done fucking the corpse for about 20 years, then they will turn you into a flesh hat. But you're not technically dead. So you will spend the rest of eternity as a very fashionable flesh hat. Because it's funny. No bullshit. That's what they do.
Oh,
Because
okay.
because Eldar webways are like, the back alley.
Yeah.
And Call met with Creed, and he said, hey, these pylons are alien, and the Abaddon the Spoiler has been going to multiple other planets and other areas to find these pylons and destroy them. And we don't know why, because like, why does he care? These are a bunch of alien pylons.
Yeah.
This is strange. And Call found out, thanks to the Eldar, that these pylons actually hold back the Eye of Terror.
Oh.
Yep.
So the Eye of Terror is an ever-expanding, growing thing. And these pylons are shrinking it and shoving, or like at the same time, so it's stuck. It's keeping it closed. If the Cadian pylons were to fall, the Eye of Terror would spread open like a wound.
Yep.
And make a gash into the galaxy.
It
And
would
then
be
Fucking
a
shy.
hole of terror instead of just an eye. It would be
like a giant slice through the galaxy.
True.
Like, Chaos would have full reign. Like, it would be catastrophic and apocalyptic what would happen.
Holy shit.
Yep.
So Cadia, as if it wasn't significant enough for being on the doorstep of chaos,
Yep.
it is also literally one of the things that's keeping chaos from having free reign completely by just unzipping the Eye of Terror.
The cork in the bottle. Absolutely.
God.
Yep.
Cadia is so important. Holy shit.
It is. So Call is like, okay, I need to study these pylons. I need to figure this shit out, because if we can like turn them on, like act, because they're like inert right now, but if we can like fucking really turn them on hardcore,
Mm-hmm.
we might be able to start shrinking the Eye of Terror itself.
That would be nice.
Which it'd be really nice.
It'd be
So
really
he
nice.
starts, so he goes to the far bottom, way deep in the mines. And he's like, study, I'm Call. I'm a Mechanicus man. Study.
Mm-hmm.
And then, someone taps him on his shoulder, metaphorically, I'm speaking.
Yeah.
And it's Mr. Our boy, Trazen the Infant. And he's like, hey, what's up, homie? What's up, fellow robot man? I'm the Necron. And Call's like, you fucking abomination. What are you doing here? And I think I made him.
Is that where
yeah, that's the meme.
famous-
That's the meme I showed
Okay.
you.
Got you. That's from which video game was it from?
Battlefleet Gothic 2.
Nice. Okay. I
As far
know
as-
the meeting now.
Yes, the meeting between Call and Trazen.
Mm-hmm.
Now naturally, Trazen's like, "Hey, Call, how's it going, man? So like, just how is it going? You might hate me. I really don't give a fuck. You and I kind of have common cause. I don't really want the galaxy to be destroyed by chaos. Not a big fan of that. And Call's like, hey, fuck you fucking bitch.
Basically.
You don't know me. Yeah, like I don't know you. Get out of here. And Trazen's like, oh, you don't want to know how the pylons work then? The Necron pylons on your planet? And Call's like,
Necron pylons.
they're Necron pylons.
Oh shit! I
And
wasn't
Call's like-
expecting that.
Call's like, excuse me, what? What? Oh,
What the fuck did you just say?
it's like, wait, like you comprehend them? And he's like, I was there when they awakened, or perhaps I wasn't. Memory is such a fickle thing.
Because yeah, Trazen is a dick.
I could
He's
just
such a
see
little douche.
Trazen bathing in his in that ego of
Smugness.
his, just bathing it and loving it, and just oh god, what a smug piece of shit.
He's got a really good quote in that one where he's like something about like them being alike or something. I forget exactly what it is. Or like he called him an abomination, and he's saying, I went to the biotransference in chains. You seem to have stripped away your humanity willingly.
That is true.
Yep.
It's like,
What is it? The Necrons are robots that want to be man, and the Adeptus are men that want to be robots.
That's
They
true.
couldn't be anything more different. They couldn't be any more different.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, their little conversation. But Call let him fuck around with the pylons, and he kept a bunch of goddamn Scutari with their guns pointed at him the whole time. But
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Trazen didn't give a shit. He's like, oh, shoot me. What do I care? I'll just transfer to a new body. Like,
Yeah.
What do I care?
Not a big deal. I've died before.
So as all of the beepity boopeting is happening, then came some more of like the major fucking ground battle. And this is where things
Yep.
get a little bit muddled, just because of time wise. And so basically, like 3 things are happening at one time. Okay, they start the pylons, but there's after the pylon things are going around. There's the major ground battle on the surface itself.
Yep.
And this is Abaddon leading the goddamn charge. This is him down there on the surface, like wailing on people.
Mm-hmm.
And he's fighting off the Sisters of Battle. He's fighting off it's like Celestine.
Yeah,
All this.
he's fighting off the Sisters of Battle and Celestine. Meanwhile, this music is still playing. You're an Imperial Guardsman. Literally everything's going to shit, and the Sisters are blaring this. Everything is fucked. Everything is fucked. I can't tell you how fucked everything is when you hear this music and everybody's there. It is that bad.
This craziness is happening, and even Trazen is also there, and he has his fucking poker deck of little dimensional orbs, and he's like, random bullshit, go.
Random
he
bullshit
threw
go.
out like an old Inquisitor, and then he threw out like a bunch of Ultramarines that he stole.
Yep.
And I think he threw out like a custodian, and he's just like, get him, boys.
Oh my god, an Inquisitor, Ultramarines, and Custodians? Damn.
I think one Custodian, maybe. I might be wrong on that one, but he's just like throwing out his Pokeballs like mad, and he's just like, here you go. It's a bunch of, and like one of the Inquisitors is a lady named Inquisitor Greyfax. She's actually a bit more of an important character right now. She's pretty important, but of course she had the mind shackle scarabs in her brain, so she couldn't, fight Trazen. But Trajan's just like, random bullshit, let's go. A bunch of fucking Ultramarines, and they like he stole. And then all of the ground forces are all attacking. It's a war 40k. It's a clusterfuck. Everyone is dying. However, in the air, or I guess in space, so to speak, there is the giant like space battle, and the big thing going on right now is the Imperial Fists. And remember how I said that Rogel Dorn is the equivalent of someone putting the square in the triangle slot from a kid's toy?
Yes.
So are their ships. So
Really?
the Blackstone Fortress is big, right? It's pretty big. The Imperial Fists come out with this thing called the Phalanx. It's bigger. It is the size of like an asteroid. I truly wish I could explain how big this fucking thing is.
Yep.
It is the
That's
size,
the Phalanx.
I think it's the size of a small moon. It's like half the size of our moon, like Luna, our moon. It's like half the size of that. It is a gigantic floating cathedral.
Yeah, Shai just posted a couple of pictures of it, and holy shit.
Yeah, it's not good. It's bad.
The Blackstone Fortress. It's like double the size of the Blackstone Fortress.
How many of these do they have?
I don't know. Not many. Point being, it's really big.
Yeah.
Because having
literally a cathedral. Jesus.
Having big fucking unkillable things is like the Imperial Fists thing.
Yep.
Sure. Jesus Christ.
It is okay. So basically, you play this part in the game, by the way. But basically, you attack the Blackstone Fortress, and eventually, the Blackstone Fortress's shields randomly turn off, and you're like, "Wait, what?"
Yep.
And you realize that those goddamn space wolves are still inside, and they've been going in and like causing fucking problems. They've been like being good old space wolves, and like good old Sven Bloodhound is like cracking open the areas and slashing all this shit. And the main guy who runs the Phalanx is a guy named Tor Garadon, and he's like, fangs of Fenris bite deep. And it's like, yeah, they fucking do.
Damn. I had just assumed that, like, I don't know. I guess I shouldn't have assumed that they died, but it was just like we hadn't heard from them. The Blackstone Fortresses are still fucking shit up. Damn, though. Let's go, Space Wolves.
I know. And so you know what they do with the phalanx? They fucking ram it.
Yeah,
Of course
they do.
Of course they do. They're like, we've got a bigger ship. Our dick is much larger. And they just like ram the Blackstone Fortress.
Yep.
The Blackstone Fortress is the square hole. The cathedral is the triangle piece. Get in there.
Mm-hmm.
And
Jesus.
this actually, one, works because the Blackstone Fortress's reactor goes critical and the thing explodes. Not into a bunch of chunks, but like it powers
Vaporizes.
down and cracks, and for all intents and purposes is destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
They were
That's
actually able to take out the Blackstone Fortress and really wreck it.
That's a big deal.
That's
Now,
a very big
following
deal.
This, on the planet's surface, a whole shitload of fighting is going on against Abaddon. Abaddon is currently 1v1ing like 10 Ultramarines, like like one other dude. His Terminators are fighting off the Custodians. The Inquisitor and the Guard are like attacking him, and he's like,
I forgot about that. The Custodies are there too. That's a really bad fucking day. Again, you're hearing this, and you're like, what the fuck is happening? Why? And I mean, it's Death Watch, it's Grey Knights, it's the Adeptus Sororitas, it's the fucking Custodes, and I mean, shit is going down, and it's just this, and it's all happening to this soundtrack. It's insane.
gonna beat their ass, and all during this time he's 1v1ing Saint Celestine, and Saint Celestine is like
Wow.
just going to ham. And as this continues, the pylons glow green,
Yep.
Oh.
and together they all grab this big source of energy and they blast right into the Eye of Terror, and the Eye of Terror starts shrinking at a rapid rate.
Yep.
Oh, so they actually. Ooh, they.
And then shit gets really bad because then the sisters are like, yo, we gotta change the fucking tape. And they do. And this is all you hear as shit's going down. And it literally sends everyone into a frenzy who are on the loyalist side. So yeah,
just succeeded
shit's
in
going
one.
down.
Okay. Things looking bad for Chaos now. Okay.
They are. The Abaddon is really upset. He is spaghetti about this.
As the
but
fight
during
as the
this-
guardsman, I would just be an adrenaline-fueled bloodfest. Fuck yes, you would.
During this fight, Celestine actually starts becoming incredibly weak
Yep.
because there's an assumption that she gets her powers from the warp because she's like an emperor demon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So she, like,
it has
starts-
a negative effect on her.
Yeah, she starts like fucking plugging her ears and screaming, and like her wings like turn off and like she falls to the ground.
Yep.
And Abaddon's about to actually kill her ass. And then you know who stops her? You want to know who stops her?
Who stops? Is it Trazen? Can't be
No,
Trazen, can it?
it's fucking Creed.
No fucking way!
Yep.
Creed rolls up. He does like a goddamn baseball slide with his power sword, and he trades like 2 to 3 blows with Abaddon.
Oh my god! What does Creed not do?
Well, win because,
Well, win. I mean, that's fair.
because like he traded like 2 to 3 blows with Abaddon, which for a normal 50-year-old man is a fucking feat.
That's true.
But like after like 2 seconds of fighting Abaddon just cleans his arm off.
Oh.
Just fucking slices Creed's arm off. and like bats him away with his other hand because he's just a dude. But
He is
Still pretty
right
impressive for
after
just a dude.
it is
literally a demigod just bitch slapped Winston Churchill's arm clean off.
But right after that, Celestine gets a good fucking shank with her flaming sword into Abaddon's stomach.
Oh,
And Abaddon is now like pretty mortally wounded by this shit, and he's like fucking furious. So
Mhm.
he immediately, which for a
Oop.
normal 50-year-old man,
I don't
is
know
a
why he did that.
fucking feat.
oh yeah.
But like after like 2 seconds,
Sir, there's a horde of
fighting
Tyranids. We
Abaddon
can't fight
just
them. Cadian guardsmen. The fall of Cadia was a target-rich environment. Yep.
cleans his arm off.
Oh.
Just fucking slices Creed's arm off and like bats him away with his other hand because he's just a dude.
He's
But
still pretty
right
impressive for
after-
just a dude.
It is. But right after that, Celestine gets a good fucking shank with her flaming sword into Abaddon's stomach.
Oh,
And Abaddon is now like pretty mortally wounded by this shit, and he's
Yeah,
like,
he is.
fucking furious. So he immediately teleports away. You know, because he's not gonna.
Because he's a
not
little
gonna die
bitch
then.
boy. Abby's a
But
little
then-
bitch boy. We know this.
As all this is going on, the forces on the ground, the demon forces are starting to die and
Yep.
they're getting pulled away. The Eye of Terror is being closed.
Yep.
Like his exit point is being closed. The Marines, like his Blackstone Fortress is destroyed. The Marines are coming back. Like things are not looking good. So Abaddon does the last possible thing he has, and he takes a large amount of his fleet, I think including his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, and he
Not the
rams
eventual, the
Blackstone
vengeful.
Fortress.
oh.
And he does turbo boost. He's like, "You'll never catch me, Creed. Not when I switch into maximum overdrive." And that's right, SpongeBob references. You don't get that.
No, I just.
I'm so sad.
I'm
But
sorry.
what he does, he takes the Blackstone Fortress and he throws it.
Yep. He throws it at the
He
planet.
chucks it at max speed directly into the surface of Cadia itself.
Holy shit!
They
that's-
literally threw a mechanized continent at a world.
Ah, boy, that's a big boom. I'm assuming that's a goodbye.
Yep.
That's a goodbye Cadia move right there.
That is a goodbye Cadia move. He basically chucked a small moon into the planet,
Mm-hmm.
and the planet cracked.
Yeah,
And it-
I imagine
and-
it did.
Bad things
Yeah, it
happen.
did.
Now, obviously, some people, Celestine. Well, first things first, the pylons were then destroyed.
Yep. Which
and
is
the Eye of
bad.
Terror grew again. Celestine, some of the sisters, Inquisitor, Greyfax, and
Let's
the
get
like,
the fuck
were
out of
able
here.
to get away on their shuttles. Creed, being the Chad that he was, had sustained 6 to 7 shots, bullet wounds in his chest, and lost a fucking arm.
Yeah.
And during this entire time was shuttling away survivors. He was getting crew and troops onto shuttles to get them
Ricky's
evacuated
crying.
as soon as he possibly could.
Damn.
And he didn't board one himself. He let everyone else get on.
This sounds like a story made up by 2 6-year-old boys that features a lot of and then mechanics. The problem with this story, and I did a lot of research for this story, but the issue is that this story is like the core story, right, is 4 books that are like 900 pages each. And then on top of that, you have like tidbits of the story throughout like 50 other books. So it literally, like you said, just becomes a and then, because you could spend literally months trying to research just this one massive thing. It's insane.
Oh, so he fell with Cadia.
Kind of. As he was laying down there, bleeding and dying, a large, tall metal figure stood over him
Here we go.
and said, "This is not your time, Lord Creed. Eternity awaits."
Oh no!
And now Creed is considered MIA.
Oh no! Trazen ganked Creed and put him in the gallery.
Creed's in the gallery now.
Oh no! After all that, now he has to spend eternity and like, oh, that sucks.
Well, Trazen really wanted Abaddon in the gallery. He really wanted Abaddon, but he's like,
He couldn't get
God
Abby.
damn, dude, for a fucking human, you held off CADIA, you traded blows with a despoiler and lived. You are literally a part of history.
Literally the Giga Chad.
You belong. You belong in the gallery. It's like, don't worry, Creed. Eternity awaits.
Oh man, Creed probably would have preferred just dying. He probably would have
Oh,
preferred
most
just
likely.
exploding with Cadia. So, if Cadia is destroyed and the pylons are destroyed, shouldn't the Eye of Terror zipper just open and just let everything out?
Sean, you got
Well,
a picture for me? You got
Yeah.
a picture to show the Sycadric.
So just for everybody's knowledge, right up in here where my mouse is, that's where the Eye of Terror was. And all the green is when the Eye of Terror completely unzipped. So now the galaxy itself, because here's the galaxy, the Milky Way, right? It has been split in two, and the only way you could possibly get without, like, having to battle for every fucking inch you travel, the only way to get past this is to go outside the galaxy itself and then travel all the way around the galaxy to come back in, which would take hundreds of thousands of years.
Dirk's Maledictum. Because I'm sure you probably got one soon.
What?
I think it's called this. I think it's called the Cicadrix Maledictum. I think it's the actual name of the Eye of Terror. It's like the scientific name or something.
I was about to say, this is no time to be dropping bars, but no time to be dropping your time.
Creed's fucking rap. There it is. That circle part is the Eye of Terror. And no, sorry, the Eye of Terror is on the far left by Cadia, and all of that green. So
is that all just pockets that opened up because Cadia fell?
It split the galaxy in two.
Yep.
Holy shit.
The galaxy is literally split in two. The other side, the top side, is because of this fucking giant warp storm and stuff and all of chaos, you can't cross it. Everyone on the other side is alone.
Yep.
They are cut off from Terra. They are cut off from the Imperium. They are on their own.
Oh shit. So
Yeah.
is that like Age of Strife 2.0 for them?
Possibly worse. Well, Age of Strife is pretty bad.
And then,
It's bad.
it's true. It's very true.
That's no mas.
Yes, and I would explain more about it, but the next we probably should make this into a second part, because what follows this is Call's resurrection of Gilliman.
Yep.
And Gilliman leading what's known as the Indomitus Crusade, as a crusade to assist with all the fuckery that just occurred to help fix the Imperium. But
which is like another, by the way, him being resurrected is another like 900-page book, which is insane. Time for more Chinese palace drama and then ice cream. We're almost done, thankfully. And then after that, we're gonna get back into more trucking.
CADIA is destroyed. Population 850 million. Population now 0.
Population's not 0.
Kree was able to help shuttle off 3 million survivors, but the main thing is that Cadians and the Cadians there are still fighting. They're still holding off the horrors of chaos.
Yep.
And if I would be wrong to end this episode without saying not only Cadia
Here we go.
stands, but the main statement that all the Cadians always love to say, every guardsman will run into a room, say this shit, take a fat dump on the floor, and then
True.
leave. Where they say,
You do it to assert dominance. Come in to a room, yell this out, you take a shit on the floor in front of everybody, and then you leave. You do it to assert dominance like a fucking Cadian Giga Chad.
that even then, with the planet in pieces, the planet broke before the guard did.
Yep.
Planet broke before the guard did.
The
CADIA
planet
stands.
broke before the guard did. The planet is in fucking pieces, and guardsmen are still fighting.
Yep.
The planet
I
broke before the
mean,
guard did.
That's a pretty big thing for the guardsmen. I mean, that's doesn't get a whole lot better than that. Well, if you won, it would have been a lot better, I guess. But
If you won, it would have been good.
Mhm.
A lot of people see this.
Oh, no,
as,
the
like,
economy.
Abaddon's temper tantrum because he took
Creed lives,
damaged,
Cadia
not
stands.
destroyed Star Killer, Planet Killer, and decided to use it as a battering ram.
mm-hmm.
So a lot of people kind of had this feeling of like, that's like it worked, but that's a bit of a waste.
I mean, was it though? Because I mean,
No, it wasn't a waste.
Look at the map. Look at what happens to the map because he did that. Like, I would say like it was a worthwhile sacrifice. Like, yeah, sure, you don't have your Black Force.
Also, I do have a feeling, and it might just be me, but I have a feeling, and you've probably seen the gameplay, right? You've probably seen the gameplay by this point that's been released for Space Marine 2, but I'm thinking that what we open up with, possibly, if I can find it really quick, I'm thinking, and I don't know, that this might possibly be CADIA. Now, granted, this is just Tyranids and shit, but we don't know what happens throughout the rest of it. Obviously, this is a Forge world. Obviously, this is a Fortress world. It could very well be something else. But this might be CADIA, which would be incredibly badass. I don't know why, but this right here, this shot right here of the bell falling, just screams CADIA to me. Oh yeah, and he does say something about Cadians. Maybe that's why I got it. I don't know. But yeah, that's actually the Fortress world Graia? Really? No shit. See, it just screams CADIA to me. I don't know why, but it does. I really, honestly, I kind of wish it was CADIA. I really do.
Fortress anymore, but the zipper done opened up. I mean, mission
Yeah,
successful. Like,
It's more the idea of like, hey, you could have kept your planet killer and killed more planets instead of just throwing it at it. But
I guess
it was It was fucked up. They were losing the battle. The Eye of Terror was shrinking. It was like, it was time. They needed to do it,
yeah, he grabbed
and that's
victory
okay.
from the jaws of defeat.
basically. And I think that it was a perfectly correct decision because
Sure,
he
blowing
put
shit
a
up is
lot
always
of
the correct
forces into
decision.
this one.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, I don't know if we have time to go into this, but how exactly did he get all of like Chaos to like band behind him? Because I mean, he's the Black Legion. He accepts everybody, but I mean, it's not like Chaos was like happy with each other at the time, right? It's not like everybody was like, oh yeah, sure, we'll follow you, Abaddon. Like, how exactly did he get? How did he orchestrate this?
Speech
the
100.
Black Crusade
Fair.
in its own right is quite the endeavor. And CADIA is quite the target.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so it was
This-
just the appeal of getting rid of CADIA and opening up the Eye of Terror that everyone was like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever.
If Terra is Washington D.C., CADIA was the Pentagon,
Yeah.
and destroying it is quite the prize. Now he originally didn't want to destroy it. I believe he wanted to take it.
Oh,
He
he wanted
wanted-
CADIA as like his own home base.
Yeah,
after
he wanted to
destroyed the
take it
pylons. Gotcha.
a whole bunch of slaves. Chaos loves their slaves. They take a lot of them.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But naturally, you know, it's also this thing where like, hey, if you have a lot of like things you can offer someone, like, hey, Emperor's children, here's a bunch of slaves. Hey, Typhus, here's a
I
bunch
receive your troops for Black Crusade. You receive gamer girl feet. What the fuck, Shy?
of Pestilence. Hey, World Eaters, here's like the greatest battle of all time. Hey, Night Lords, here's a way to inflict terror and fear. Like, give them what they want, and then they'll
Okay.
follow.
All right.
Hey, Word Bearers, here's an entire planet to create dark rituals. Hey.
Hey, sounds good to me.
So,
All right, cool.
that was the Fall of CADIA.
That
It's
was
a long episode.
It is a long episode, but here's the thing, guys. I'm gonna fire up ATS when you do. I think I've almost discovered all of Cali. Fuck yes. Here's what we do, right? I'm liking the video. I'm already subscribed to Adeptus Ridiculous. I implore you guys to go do the same. There is the link. They have been doing this for about 3-4 years now. I'm going to open this up so you guys can see. They have done a fuck ton of different podcast episodes. I have not been able to get through all of them as of yet, but it is all 40K related. They have a lot of really, really great stuff. They also talk about, you know, things aside from that. Like, for instance, the Jameson family disappearance. That's an actual real life thing. But most of it is all 40K stuff. And yeah, Bricky is absolutely phenomenal with all the knowledge and research that he does. So big shout out to him. Big shout out to DK. Big shout out to Shy. All three of them make this absolutely fantastic. They've done an amazing job with this podcast. If anything, I might only ever show one more because I'd really like you guys to go through all of their stuff. Everything that I've listened to so far has been absolutely fucking insanely good. So I don't want to ruin it, and I don't want to take anything away from them. I know there's only a couple of us here right now, but if you guys could at the very least go like the video and go subscribe, I would greatly appreciate it. There are hundreds of hours of lore here, and it's done in such an entertaining and fun way that it really does make 40K a hell of a lot easier to ingest. It really does. So yeah, that's it. We're done. God, I would kill to do a 40K podcast. Honestly, me too. Me too, honestly. And like I said, probably somewhere about like halfway through this, I would love to get together with Bricky and DK and Shy, and I would love to be part of this podcast. I would also, you know, even if it's not part of the podcast, you know, do a video with Bricky or something like that, because they're all awesome. They really are. They're all awesome. They love 40K. I love 40K. I love diving deep into the lore. And yeah, I think it'd be so much fun. I really do. So yeah, Bricky, Adeptus Ridiculous. Yeah, if you're not subscribed to them on YouTube, to both those channels on YouTube, do it. Like the video. Like I said, I might only show possibly one more. But all the attribution 100% goes to them because these three are absolutely phenomenal. So that's it for the news. We are going to get into more space trucking. That's what we're going to do. We're getting into more space trucking because space trucking is awesome. I just got to change some shit here really quick. And you know what? Yeah, I said space trucking, didn't I? Yeah, we're getting into trucking. Not space trucking. We're getting into trucking. Space trucking, I think, comes out like next month or something, which I probably won't get, but that's okay. But you know what? We're going to keep this music. We're going to keep this music for the trucking. There is a game. It's basically space trucking, yeah. I know, space trucking would be really cool, wouldn't it? Okay, there's that. Where are you? There you are. Perfect. It'll pop up in a second here. So yeah, I'm like, hell yeah, you know what I mean? I am all about Space Marine 2 and 40k lore every single day. 40k lore every single fucking day until Space Marine 2 launches. Okay, I am rested. Freight market, where are we? Here. From Phoenix to Reading, almost 30 grand. Ooh, that's a long one. Let's do it.
Get on with it. Turn left. Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
All right. We got this. Easy peasy, 30 grand. I'll take it. I'll take it all day.
Get ready to turn right.
Oh, wait. There we go. I think all my beacons and everything are on. Yep, we're good.
Turn right.
Currently, I'm in Arizona, and I'm going from Arizona to Northern California with a thing of rice, and it's going to be... I'm going to get paid 30 grand for it.
Turn left. It's all over now.
Just made my 150k, so finally own truck time. Fuck yeah, dude. There we go, from Phoenix, Arizona to Redding, California. That's a long-ass route, but we're going to do it. Because it's almost 30 grand.
Time to
Why
get the
wouldn't
job
I?
done.
$30 pop for one drive. Yep. Get more when you have your own rig. My highest as a driver for hire is like 12k. Yeah, you do get a lot more when you have your own truck, that's for sure. Good.
You've got the contract. Now go.
Much better. All right. Getting really into the RP by using an online tuner to tune into radio from whatever state you're in. Oh, that's actually really badass, dude. Hell yeah. I wish I could do that on stream, but sadly I cannot. Less Sag.
Turn left.
There we go.
Get ready to turn left.
Accidentally found a Spanish Christian station. That was odd.
Turn left.
Barreling from LA to San Fran with the radio blaring psalms. Oh no. Actually kind of funny.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
There we go. Have you been using the controller sober? PS4? Hell yeah. It's so much easier with a controller. Keyboard for this game, not gonna lie, kinda sucks. Feather and stay under the limit? Oh yeah. There we go. Next higher gear, save some fuel, and we are good. We're on cruise control. That's the way to do it. I want no fucking hiccups for this trip. So we're gonna go the speed limit. We're gonna make sure everything's good. I want everything to be on time. It'll be fine. Gonna be a good day, Tater. This is going to be a 17-hour trip. My God. Back huge storms? Oh, no. Well, welcome back. We just started trucking. We got ourselves a 17-hour trip for 30 grand. This is gonna be a big one. No. So, like, if you look in on the right-hand side, right, where you see the GPS, right above it, it gives you how long it's gonna take, but that keeps going down. So they, like, time is sped up. But I'm not entirely sure, like, how fast it's sped up. But typically, it would equate out to like a full 17-hour trip. I just don't know how fast time moves in the game. Ooh, thank you for the hydrate. Do that here in a second. See, like, it's already down below 17 hours. And I've only been doing this for, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes, something like that. So it's not like... I think it'd be kind of interesting to have it run in real time, but that would also be insanely unfeasible for a video game. Not to mention insanely boring, yeah. Insanely boring. Do you know what I gotta do?
Go straight.
Hang on. I gotta do a thing here. Give me 1 second. I gotta crank up the Astartes music. There we go. Much better. Now it's down to...
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
Now it's down to 55. Fuck me running.
Do you even listen to me?
I am listening. Coming down slowly. I hate that guy. Where's my hammer? So what'd you think, Sober? What'd you think of the lore behind the fall of CADIA? Good shit. It was nice to learn some extra stuff about what I read Minkle-esque going through. Dude, I love what Nikki said, which was literally the only person who wasn't there was Big E himself. I knew that the Black Legion broke the planet, but not all the details. The funny part is that's not even all the details. You could argue, I mean, technically, maybe. Technically, but it's kind of weird because obviously Celestine is quite literally like a... She's literally like the Emperor's demon, which is really weird. Yeah, Imperial Demon, which is like, okay, we'll go with it, I guess. How you doing, Corgi? But yeah, just imagine that. You have the Grey Knights, you have the Death Watch, you have the Adepta Sororitas, you have the Custodes, you have the Silent Sisterhood, you have the Officio Assassinorum, all of them there, and the Sororitas is dropping literal churches and burning everything, while an Imperial demon who looks like an angel is just cutting swaths with a flaming fucking sword and an iron halo through, like, just legions of demons. It's absolutely insane. And most importantly, the planet broke before the guard did. Fixing to go to bed? I gotcha. Like, what do you say to that as a member of the Imperial Guard? Is there anything to actually say? Feeling like crap? That does happen sometimes. The planet broke before the Guard did. It's true. And CADIA, although broken, still stands. IG is still on that planet fighting. They even had to bring Robot Girly Man himself back so that he could launch a fucking crusade to go try and save the planet, what's left of it. Some of the new Black Library books have gone into Cadians having to merge with other regiments and not taking it well. Well, so that's actually kind of the funny thing. If I remember correctly, especially with Cadians now, a lot of the time what ends up happening is it's the other way around because Cadians don't like how lackadaisical a lot of the other IG regiments are. And the commanders realize that, yeah, no, CADIA does it better. So they try it for a little while, and then they realize, no, the Cadians have the better way of doing it. So then it just turns into Cadian training, Cadian regiments. It's actually really funny. So crazy to me that the Assassinorum were put into the frontline combat. Oh yeah. I mean, who wouldn't want to get their hands on fucking Abby's head? You know what I mean? Or like, who wouldn't want to take out Mortarion? That's a high value target right there, you know? And then the fucking Legion of the Damned show up. It's like, oh god. There are so many things that are going wrong today. That's just a lot of bad shit. And Steel Tread, an outsider woman, takes over a Cadian tank and has to earn their respect. Bit activisty. She accuses the Cadian second in command of being a bigot at one point. But essentially she becomes Cadian. They're all yelling CADIA stands as they fuck up a Chaos Knight. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of understand where she's coming from to an extent, but she also doesn't understand that, like, literally CADIA, like, I want to say easily half of all the IG that come from CADIA are women. It's not just dudes. So it's kind of dumb for her to sit there and say something like that, considering, like, he's probably seen more IG women die standing next to them, or having women, like, save his life, than literally anybody else. Well written, I enjoyed it a lot, but I definitely could hear the message. Yeah. But again, that's... like, I understand well written, and there's nothing wrong with well written. I like well written stuff, but that to me kind of feels like an example of somebody who only, like, understands the barest of lore when it comes to something like 40K. Like, I don't think I'll ever understand that. But again, it's because I'm a fucking massive 40K fan, right? So I know that literally without women, everybody would be fucked. That's just how it is, you know? Like, they even showed that in the first Space Marine game, that there were women Cadian IG. And it's in Space Marine 2. I know that for a fact as well. So it's like, it feels like, yeah, somebody was trying to put forth a message. But they had no idea. And it's like, well, that's dumb. Although I will absolutely give Black Library one thing, even if, like, even if I'm not, like, the biggest fan of, like, you know, them bringing in somebody who doesn't really know what they're talking about when it comes to how things work. There has not been one book by Black Library that I've read or listened to where the writing wasn't absolutely phenomenal. You know what I mean? Like, the writing is always fantastic. I may not necessarily like a book, but the writing is always on point. Never read a bad one. Yeah. Yeah. And there are things that I like from every single book. There are absolutely things, like, even if it's not my favorite book, there are definitely things that I do like from each book that I've listened to. Like, I'm gonna be honest, one of my favorite books is Flight of the Eisenstein, and I'm gonna be honest, it's really fucking slow. It's insanely slow.
Keep left.
How's the game going? I haven't seen the sim yet. American Truck Simulator is a lot of fun. I love American Truck Simulator. This is probably one of the easiest simulator games to pick up. And I'm just using a controller. Because I'm going to be honest, playing this game with a keyboard is kind of ass. But yeah, I love playing this game. It's nice, it's comforting, it's soothing. Everybody just genuinely enjoys it. It's just a lot of fun. It's a great game. Yeah. Oh yeah. And I mean, you have to buy the DLC packs, but if you get all the DLC packs, you can literally traverse half of the United States right now. How long does it take to reach a destination? Depends on the destination, honestly. Like, I'll probably be doing this trip for the better part of an hour, but it's like a 17-hour trip kind of thing, because they've sped up time. Yeah, this started out as a 17-hour trip. We've got 11 hours to go. But we've only been doing this for maybe 20 minutes. So it's not going to take a full 17, thankfully. But it's long enough, you know? Oh, truck lane. This asshole won't let me get into the truck lane. I can't get into the truck lane because there's an asshole. The truck lane for a reason, idiot. Simulated road rage. You better believe it. No, I was saying earlier, it would be interesting if you could like set it to real time. So if it's like a 3 or 4 hour, supposedly like a 3 or 4 hour trip, it'd be cool to actually do like a full 4-hour trip. But a full 17-hour trip would be absolutely batshit insane. You know what I mean?
Keep left.
Yeah, 17-hour trip, one stream. Whew. At that point, I might as well just become a truck driver and do that, you know?
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
There we go. And right now, I just got it on cruise control, so it's not like a huge deal, right? So the only time I really have to do anything is when I need to like switch gears, or like if the speed limit changes. That's really about all I have to do, or if there's like road construction or something. Finally finished BSG, miniseries and the main show. No Caprica or the TV movies. What did you think? Satisfied with the ending, confused with what happened to Starbuck. Interesting how the events are Earth's past. Yes. Long story short, it's theorized that Starbuck is an angel. That's essentially what she is. So essentially, she came back from the dead to help humanity find a new home, and then it was time for her to go. That's pretty much what they're insinuating. Which is a cool thing. It's an interesting way of doing it. I assumed a Cylon. She was away for a few months, and she came back. She said she saw her body. I assumed it was a new Cylon version that saw a dead version of herself. Well, I mean, that's the thing, too, right? Because they bring in the whole religious aspect, so it's like, who's right? And that's kind of the point, is it humanity with the gods of Caprica, or is it humanity with one god? Or I should say the Cylons with one god. Who exactly is right? Because if it's that Starbuck is correct, and if it's that Starbuck is an angel, the way that we perceive it, then it would mean that the Cylons were right all along, and there is in fact only one god. Right? If she's an actual Cylon, that's all well and fine, but then that would play into the fact that their god is not real. So then, if it's God versus gods, it would be the gods. But then, again, and this is why they kind of leave it that way, they leave it open-ended, because it's like, in the end, who's really right and who's wrong? And to be honest, does it really matter? So long as they actually had faith? Didn't get how some characters that were Cylons didn't know. Because they were sleepers, essentially, right? I mean, think of it this way. You have Cylons who are agents, but you can also have sleeper agents. Think of it like the Manchurian Candidate, right? In both versions of the Manchurian Candidate, the person who was the sleeper agent didn't realize they were a sleeper agent until there was a word or a phrase that was said, and then they just woke up. And that's essentially what happened. You know, little things here and there, they're like, I don't know. Something's strange. I don't get it. music Saul kept hearing, and a few others. Well, it wasn't just the music either, right? It was also, I can't remember his name. I think it was Tyrell. Yeah, Tyrell, right? Here's Tyrell, and Tyrell is having the strange dreams, right? Tyrell's having the strange dreams, and what happens is his wife there tries to wake him up, and he just beats the ever-living shit out of her in a fit of rage while he's asleep. Right? Stuff like that isn't him and would never be him. But now he's got this, like, insane amount of guilt, and the gods aren't helping. You know what I mean? But that's the other thing, too. Starbuck meets Piano Guy, and who's Piano Guy? It's essentially insinuated that Piano Guy is God. It's actually a really, really, really interesting way of doing it. Really interesting way. I really enjoyed the way that they did it. I just thought she imagined this, just imagining people as one of the plot devices. No, that's the whole thing, right? If she's supposed to be an angel, who is she supposed to be? Who would be telling her to walk the path? And who would be telling her and helping her figure out what the song means? The song that she can't remember but is present everywhere. If she's an angel, who would that person be? She doesn't answer to anybody else, so why would she just automatically answer to him? Even if it is that he's just trying to help her figure it out, she's the only one that she's even, like, remotely subservient to when he tries to help. Everybody else can go fuck themselves. So who would that be by nature if she's an angel? But they leave it very ambiguous, which is kind of the point, because they want you to not necessarily figure it out for yourself, but put the pieces together and come to your own conclusion. That's what you get out of it is what you get out of it. And that's kind of the point, which I really like, because they're not pushing one thing or another. She's an angel, then he has to be God. Yeah, exactly. I thought she was a Cylon, so I didn't think he was God. Yeah, and it's really interesting how they did that. It's really, really interesting. Or, like, again, why would it be time for her to go? You know, they made it to Earth, everything's hunky-dory, everything's grand, and she's talking to Apollo and everything else, and she just goes, it's time for me to go. And he's like, go where? What are you going to do? And she's like, I don't know. And then he turns around and he starts talking about what he wants to do, and then he turns back around and she's gone. And that's it.
Keep left.
Oh, Gaius Baltar? Essentially, if we're talking in the biblical sense and the religious sense, the way that they kind of, like, bring it towards everything, right? Think of Baltar as a really fucked up Noah. who also happens to see angels. Also, an angel who blows him, which is odd, but funny. That's a rest area, but I need gas. I don't need a rest. I didn't see any gas there. Makes more sense if a monotheistic religion is used to explain stuff. Absolutely, yeah. It is. 100%.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
It's a really, really, really well done show. And it's, in my opinion, it's also light years ahead of what the original Battlestar Galactica was. Whole show had Greek polytheism, had the whole Greek polytheism aspect to it. I just took it as a futuristic ancient Greece. Well, I mean, you're kind of supposed to, right? But then when the Cylons start talking about the one true God and, like, everything else, right? And then you start looking at them and going, well, wait a second. Are they talking about, like, God?
Keep left.
You know, like, our God? Like, kind of like, you know, Big G? Like that God? Right? It really starts to get interesting because now you have two different religions that for all intents and purposes should not be able to work together but do, specifically because of the faith that it requires for both groups to do what needs to be done in order to get people to where they need to be. It's really, really, really interesting.
Keep left.
Okay, I'm low on fuel, so I gotta start figuring out. Let me go to the map here. World map. Where am I? So there was gas there, but I want to... this is what I'm afraid of. I don't want to get into this shit. So I gotta see where I can go, where there's gas, like, right off the beaten path. But I'm not really seeing anything, which sucks. I mean, there's gas here, which isn't terrible, but the only problem is I'd have to go on to another highway in order to get to it. So it looks like here is where I'm going to have to go. And that's 104 miles. All right.
Time to hit the road.
Let's see what happens. Gonna have to kick it into 18th gear. Use less gas. Hey, we're averaging over 11 miles to the gallon, so that's not bad. That ain't bad at all, actually. Damn. Getting tired? Yeah, I know. Save as much gas as we can. Is there a time limit? Yes. Yeah, typically there's a time limit to actually deliver the loads. This being a 17-hour one, I'm assuming that they're probably going to take into account that the driver needs sleep. I could be wrong, but either way, I'm not going to chance it because you can actually fall asleep at the wheel. BSG was a bit confusing throughout with multiple versions of characters and such. I'd rewatch it again, but I would like to wait a while. I think that's the best thing to do. Honestly. Give it a little while. Let it sink in. Watch the movies, definitely. But let it sink in. Let things absorb. Then go back and watch it again. Every few years, I go back and I watch it, so... yeah. Just because it's so good. And it's definitely worth watching again. Wholeheartedly, it is. Okay, let me see. How far am I? World map. Zoom out. Okay, so it's not too bad. So I go through this next big clusterfuck. 2 more clusterfucks, and then I have a gas station. Okay. That's not bad. 49 miles, I can do it. Then later in the show, they go back to our Earth to settle down. Yes. Yep. Which I think is great. I should be able to make it with the gas that I've got. Should be able to. Okay, Sacramento's been discovered. That's good. I know I'm getting tired. I will rest at the fuel stop. Oh, this is exit only. Fuck.
Keep left.
Okay. We're almost there. This is the second clover leaf. I should be able to make it. Yeah, I'll make it. I'll make it no problem. Get gas, sleep. Then after that, it's only a quick 3-hour jaunt.
Right, and then exit right. Exit right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Oh, okay, I see. Kind of. Well, this is gonna be an interesting way to do it, but fuck it, why not? Yay! Damn. $1,100 to fill the tank. I'm glad she figured out that Tori killed Callie. Took a while for him to find out. Earlier they made a big deal about Tori killing her because she figured out their Cylon secret, plus Tori wanted the kid. Yeah. Yep. Which, honestly, as much as I hate to say it, is kind of too bad, too. Because like, it's gonna sound really dumb, but I actually really like Tori's character. Oh my god. I know I'm getting tired. They won't let me just veg it. Alright, screw it. We'll do it the old-fashioned way, I guess. Because there's no way I'm gonna be able to make it 3 hours, sadly. There. Stop veg. Perfect. Oh, I liked Callie too. Callie was a great character.
Recomputing.
All right, now back on the highway.
And then turn left. Turn left. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Come on, give me a green light. Please. There we go.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Oh, yeah, that guy. I know who you're talking about. Everybody did fantastic in that show. They really did. I thought it was an amazing, amazing show. Everybody was just so good. Okay, there we go. We're at 55. Perfect. Yeah, I really, really enjoyed BSG. Caprica was good, but I think Caprica got rushed, which is sad. The TV movies were good with the exception of Blood and Chrome, because again, it got rushed. But all the others I thought were really, really, really well done. It's just really sad, because Sci-Fi really wanted Caprica to be a, like, more of a cerebral thing than BSG was, and I don't think that's bad, but they didn't give anything enough time to breathe, and I think people were looking at the time for more Battlestar Galactica, and that's not what they were getting. And yeah, just it didn't work, so they had to like cram basically an entire season into the final episode, or an entire second half of a season into a final episode, and it didn't work. Yeah, it was insanely heavy. It really was. But yeah, I think people were just expecting more Battlestar Galactica, and that's not what the show was supposed to be. Which is too bad, but it is what it is, you know? Me personally, though, I'd be happy. I know that they've apparently been in talks, but I personally would be happy if they never made another Battlestar Galactica again. But I know they've been in talks to do another one, but I'm fine with how it ended, and I think it's probably that it's the best way it could have ended and the best story that anybody could have told already. Way station. Really? Alright.
Keep left.
Don't think I'd want to repeat of the main show. Maybe a group that broke off from the main show and had their own adventures. No, they're planning on, like, rebooting the entire show. So it'd quite literally be nothing that happened in the series that you just finished watching means anything to this series. Which is really dumb, in my opinion. You want me to go over here? Alright, screw it. We're going over here. There we go.
Finding new route.
I hope it's canceled. I don't really know, but I hope it's canceled. I don't want there to be another one. I don't even want spin-offs. I think the way that it ended is perfectly fine. The show's been done since 2008? 2009, somewhere around there, so it's been like 14, 15 years. Like, just let it go, you know what I mean? What the fuck was that?
Slow down.
Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot, that's my regular horn. Oops. There we go.
Keep left.
Cannot find it anymore, maybe got pulled down. It's possible. But yeah, I don't see the need. They did what they set out to do, create an awesome show from a show that was okay. And they did that, and I don't think it needs to be any more than what it already is. Don't trust modern creators with beloved franchises? Me neither. Itchy nose. I don't trust him anymore either. I think the time of doing that crap is over. Because there's nobody creative enough to do it anymore.
Exit right. Turn right. Keep right. Then exit right. Exit right. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
It's safer from a production standpoint. That's the thing. I don't think it is nowadays. I mean, sure, back in the day, yeah, absolutely. But I don't think it is anymore. Because I feel like what made something like Battlestar Galactica work as well as it did when they rebooted it was they were willing to take chances. That there were a lot of people that they were, that were originally opposed to the ideas. Not because of any misogyny or anything, but, I mean, think about it. Dirk Benedict was a great Starbuck. And then they turned Starbuck into a woman. That's a huge risk to take. Boomer, right? In the original series, Boomer was a black guy. Now, Boomer is an Asian woman. That's a huge risk to take. But they did it. The actors were fantastic. The writing was fantastic.
Then turn left.
It worked out. Nobody's willing to take those risks anymore. And if they are, they don't know how to write for those risks. And everything turns to shit. You know, it's just the writing isn't there. I don't think it's safer from a production standpoint anymore. Right? Because now you'd have to redo all the sets that are long gone. Because those sets aren't going to last for 14 or 15 years. So you have to redo all the sets. You have to redo all the CGI. Because it can't be the same that it was before. You have to put in a bunch of money to a show that people haven't seen in almost 2 decades. Rewrite absolutely everything that everybody loved about it. I really don't see it as a safe bet. Sadly. You know, I mean, again, maybe back in the day, but I don't see it as one much anymore. Or like, look at the Hulk movies. Those Hulk movies should have been great and everybody should have loved them. And maybe it's just me.
And then turn right.
I hated every single Hulk movie.
Turn right.
Yeah, that's the thing though. I don't even know if that's safe anymore. Like, everybody loves the Incredible Hulk, right? Everybody loves the Incredible Hulk. Movie sucked. You know? So it's like, I don't even know if there's any such thing as a sure thing. But I think it's also because people are tired of remakes in general.
Keep left.
People don't want reboots anymore. People want something original, and nobody's got it.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. It's not that any of the people who played the character did bad. The movies were just awful. They just were. It sucks, but it's true. What do they want this? Oh, dear God, no. Yeah, we're going with that. Spectre, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Oh yeah, you have to, if you really want to do it, you got to learn how to parallel park a semi, and it's not fun. It's kind of the opposite of fun. There we go. Nice. Complete a perfect delivery, no damage, no fines, in time. Hell yes. I'm doing great, Spectre. You missed some awesome 40K lore. The fall of CADIA, which was fantastic. And now we be trucking. And that's what we be doing. You talking about Alien Romulus? Yeah, I watched Alien Romulus. I did. Thoughts? I'm going to tell you my thoughts. But only after I'm done peeing, because I desperately need to pee. And I'm going to grab a soda or something, like my one soda that I'm going to have tonight. So yeah, give me a minute. I'm going to pee, and then I'm going to grab a soda, and then I'll be back. Okay, I is back. I have muffins. My thoughts on Alien Romulus. Was it the best Alien movie ever? No. Was it a decent Alien movie? Compared to what we've been getting over the last 10 years? 12 years? Yes. Was it the worst Alien movie ever? Not even close. Not even close. Alien Resurrection still wins worst Alien movie ever. Alien Resurrection. Back in a bit. Sounds good, Sophia. Is it good as a standalone? Ooh, and thank you for the hydrate. I think the issue with Alien Romulus is that if it's just a movie that just so happens to take place in the Alien universe, that's fine. But it also comes with caveats, such as I don't need to be reminded that the Nostromo, the original ship in the 1979 film, blew up. I don't need to be reminded of that, but I am. Multiple times. I also don't need to be reminded of pulse rifles, even though I am multiple times. I don't need to be reminded of Ash from the original Alien, although I am multiple times. I don't need basically a rework of the end of Alien Resurrection, but that's exactly what we get. See the problem? I think they relied too much on too many things that, out of context, aren't good. Now, it's a fine movie, right? If you want to take it as just this is a fun movie, there's nothing really wrong with it, right? It's not crap like Alien Resurrection. It's not absolute dog shit like AVP or AVP Requiem. It's not confusing and long and drawn out like Prometheus and then Alien Covenant, which both led to a whole lot of nothing, right? But my thing is, make it your own thing. What's the best way to get out of jury duty? That's a good question. I don't know. I've never actually had jury duty. Moving soon-ish and don't want to deal with this shit. Be honest. That's what I try and tell them. Say, hey, listen, I'm actually moving very, very, very soon. This interferes with plans or something to that extent. Because they want somebody who's going to be able to be there for a while. They don't want somebody who's going to be in a hurry all the time. Even if it's moving to another state. Same thing. They want somebody who's going to be there, right? They don't want somebody who's going to be worried about other shit. Not country, just different city within the same state, not selling our house. Well, I mean, you live in Texas, so it might as well be another state that you're moving to anyway, right? Okay, I saw country too. Don't worry about it. Mental illness, they exempt you here. My PTSD and stuff frees me from jury. No shit. So I can't say I'm no longer a resident of my county name. Yeah, I just tell them that you're in the process of moving. I wouldn't even give them any more information than that. Just tell them, listen, I'm in the process of moving. I can't do this right now. See what they say. If you're not stressed out enough, yeah. And rant. No, I get it. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts, right? on Alien Romulus. It's not that it's a terrible movie, but they need to stop relying on things that are not their own ideas. Right? I don't need to be reminded of, hey, don't you remember Alien? Hey, don't you remember the pulse rifles from Aliens? Hey, don't you remember the end of Alien Resurrection? Hey, don't you remember Ripley when she was in her gray overalls and her gray t-shirt and was carrying a pulse rifle at the end of Aliens? Hey, don't you remember Facehuggers? Hey, don't you remember the, what they call Big Chap from the original Alien? Hey, don't you remember Ash? Hey, don't you remember androids or synthetics or artificial people? Hey, don't you remember the line, "Get away from her, you bitch"? Hey, it just keeps doing that over and over and over and over and over again. Right? If you want a movie and you want the movie to be more successful than just a schlock horror movie, then come up with your own fucking original ideas. If you can't, then make Alien Romulus and you'll get a 6, maybe a 7. Because for me, I'm looking at like 6.5 out of 6.5, maybe a 7 out of 10. Is it a terrible movie? No. Is it something that I would pop in if I'm bored? Sure. Is it a movie I'm going to go out of my way to watch when I want to watch an Alien movie? No thanks, I'll stick with the original 3. That's how I look at it. It keeps reusing. Is that the problem? It's always the problem. It's always the problem. And then the other issue that I have with it is the way that the story is told in terms of pacing, right? One thing that I will always give Prometheus and that I will always give Alien Covenant is that it follows a very clear way of telling alien stories minus Alien Resurrection, right? So you have things at the beginning, things are allowed to breathe, and then something insanely bad happens, right? That you're not prepared for. And then it takes off. And you're going, okay, everything up to this point that was kind of slow was 100% worth it. But that's not how it works in Alien Romulus. In Alien Romulus, it's things get beefed up a little more, 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 and so on until you get to like the last 20 minutes of the fucking movie and then something really bad happens. Right? The pacing was very, 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 in my opinion, cookie cutter. You could have taken any director and put them in there and it wouldn't have mattered. There was nothing special about it. Like, for instance, Prometheus, right? What happens with Prometheus? You have two massive, massive things that happen in Prometheus, right? In terms of really bad shit. Right? You got you got what's-her-name's husband that gets infected, and he puts himself in a spacesuit, runs outside, and then they have to light him on fire because he's in so much pain and because he wants to die, and he's doing everything he can to make sure that they kill him. And then you have the C-section scene. What happens in Alien Covenant? You have the Bambi burster and you have the back burster. And those are like one right after another, and you're going, oh shit, okay, that's how this movie's gonna go. And you are locked in. Whether the movie sucks or not, you're still locked in. You do not get that with Alien Romulus. Alpa, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? With Alien Romulus, you could have quite literally had any director or every director work on it, and because the way that the story is told is so cookie cutter, it doesn't matter. Any director could have done that with their eyes closed. Which one is better, Prometheus or Covenant? I would say Prometheus is better, but Covenant is still worth a watch, even though it's not necessarily the best Alien movie, only because it continues things on. I might not necessarily like the direction that they took, but it continuity-wise, it still works. But Romulus itself as a standalone movie, it's alright. Not something I'm going to go out of my way to watch again. Yeah, it's not terrible. The story's okay. The way that the story's told is very cookie cutter. It's okay. And they didn't have enough of an original idea, unfortunately, and this is where it suffers the most, is that they didn't have enough of an original idea to make the story wholly theirs. That's the issue. So I'd put it as a 6.5 or a 7. It's not terrible. I'd watch it again if I was bored, but I'm sure as hell not going out of my way to watch it again. Right? Because of Romulus, I just played Colonial Marines. Why did people hate it? People hated Colonial Marines because they were promised something completely different. That's why. Here, I'll show you. I'll do this. We're going to go back, and I'm going to do this. Left side is what we were promised. Right side is the actual game. Tell me which one is better. Which one do you think is better? They are similar. That's true. They are. You can see the ambience is different. Yes, we were promised a very atmospheric game. Instead, what we got was zero ambience and a basic FPS. That's the issue. We were promised one thing, we were given another. That's why people hate it. Do you think part of the reason modern show and movie producers take the safe route is because of the smaller return? While we discussed how the older model of shows, they have a year's worth of ad revenue coming in, a movie gets released in a theater, eventually makes it to rental and possibly a shown on TV channel. Nowadays, it's just make a quick buck and throw it on a streaming service so a person might sub. I mean, there might be some of that to an extent, sure, but then you also have shit like Borderlands. From survival horror to another shooter. Yeah, exactly, Spectre. We were promised a survival horror shooter. We were given another basic FPS. That might be part of it, but then you also have literally Borderlands, which was supposed to be a smash hit, and nobody cares. Right? Because they thought, oh, we're just going to get some of the best actors in the world and some of the highest paid actors in the world to do characters that nobody is familiar with, that the director hasn't even, and a director that hasn't even played the games and barely knows anything about them, and we're going to make $1 gajillion. And literally less than 2 weeks after Borderlands came out, they planned it for, I think, literally like the 28th, which is in a couple of days, for it to automatically be put on a streaming service because they are losing so much money showing it at theaters. Right? It's that bad. So, do I think, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be, do I think that they're thinking to an extent, sure, it's not going to be 26 episodes, we're not going to get a full year worth of ad revenue, maybe we can make a movie out of it, but it's just to make a quick buck because movie theaters are dying anyway, and we can throw it on Peacock or Paramount Plus or wherever. Sure, I'm sure that there's a lot of that, absolutely. But I think the problem is right now is that A, they don't have any fresh ideas, and B, and more importantly, they're still trying to navigate the way that cinema and TV shows work nowadays, because it's not how it worked 15 years ago. It's not how it worked 10 years ago, right? Hell, it's not even how it worked 5 years ago. 5 years ago, you could still find movie theaters to go to and not have to travel 4 hours to go see something in the theaters. You can't do that anymore, right? So I think it's a combination of things. I think it's a combination of nobody knowing how the hell things are going to work, and nobody knowing what's going to happen next, as well as nobody having any fresh ideas. And I'm going to be honest, they think, and this is a problem that's just kind of across the board, they think that if they reboot a franchise that is 40, I think it's like almost 45 years old at this point, again, that everybody's automatically going to run to the movie theater, or they're going to run to see it on whatever streaming service because it's the first time in, like, I want to say the better part of like 5 or 6 years that we've had a movie that doesn't suck from that franchise, right? And their idea is doesn't suck equals good, but that's not the case. And I think that's the problem. So they're just grasping at straws. But yeah, I mean, look at how much more atmospheric this is, right? Versus this. They took all the horror out of it. And here's the other thing. The AI in what we got actually kind of really sucks. I've played Colonial Marines on the hardest difficulty, and the AI is a joke when it comes to the xenomorphs. The AI is terrible. So I think that's pretty much what it is. It's just people, we were promised one thing, we got something completely different. Which blows. COVID changed many things. Absolutely it did. 100%. Darkway Trucks, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing? Navigation. Big Honkers. Chobo, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Let me see. Wait, what level am I? I'm level 14. I gotta wait till 16. Reading, 60 grand. From Reading to Camp Verde. That's a ways. We're gonna go for it. It's 60 grand. How can I say
Come on,
no?
There's a job to do.
People do not sub and maintain their subs for very long. This is true. Free ones work because they have old content that is already paid for and they made money when it was new. Well, and not to mention, they made a crap load of money off of it because it was in syndication for probably the better part of about 3 decades, too.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn
Just subs in general, I think is what he's talking about. Like subbing to Peacock or subbing to Disney Plus or Netflix or like any of that crap, right? Most people don't keep their subs for too long anymore.
You're going too fast.
How you doing, Chobo? How are things, buddy? You're just here for the honks. Nothing wrong with that. PS Plus and Spotify. Yep. And that's typically how it is. Most people will only keep a sub for like 1 or 2, maybe 3 things, and then that's really about it.
Go straight.
Free services run out of content because people already watched it. I go through classic shows in a week or 2. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does not take long.
Keep left, and then turn left.
Oops. There we go.
Turn left.
Damn it. Streaming services can suck my dick. I feel like that's what a lot of people feel, sadly. Hope piracy becomes more mainstream so that streaming services realize they are hurting themselves when they up their prices and don't give quality products. No, they're going to realize that what's going on is they are hurting themselves once the streaming service craps out, essentially.
Keep right, and then turn right.
Go through an entire year of Raw in a few days? Yep.
Turn right. Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Jesus. All these lights. Why?
Go straight.
Don't you dare.
Turn left.
Here, I'm gonna cut your ass off.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Get to the point, price for sale will be very expensive, so they keep earning from the very few users who want to watch from their TV without hassle. No, because even at the end of the day, they still have to make money, right?
Keep right.
If they're losing money compared to the year before and the year before and so on, they'll just shut it down. Because you got to remember, it's not free for them, right? It's not free for them to keep all that stuff on a server, right? They have to buy the equipment. If servers go down, they have to replace the servers. They have to pay people to keep those servers going. They have to make sure that everything works. They have to make sure that the websites work. They have to make sure that the portals work. They have to, like, all this IT stuff is not cheap. And if it goes under the requirement of what's needed to not only make a profit, but keep people employed, they'll just shut it down. That's all they'll do. Like 1 year, okay, sure, 1 year may not necessarily be that bad, especially if they put like a crap ton of money into, you know, upkeep or whatever. They have to upgrade a bunch of shit. It happens. That's just business. But if it constantly happens and they're doing nothing but losing money, they don't care how many shows they have. They'll just shut it down.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left. We're here. Now drop the load and go.
Here. Nice. Okay. They can try to bring the TV model to a streaming service, so 1 episode a week for 8 or 9 months a year, spam ads, and require a sub to access. Still cheaper than cable? Maybe. But the problem is that unfortunately, it's not really that much cheaper than cable. And that's what they don't understand. Is that it's not that much cheaper than cable. And they're losing people left and right. They're absolutely losing people left and right.
Let's go.
For cable. So if you have people who aren't using cable, right? And you have people who aren't subscribing to a streaming service, then what is it that you have left? Not much.
Let's get this job done.
Come on. Ooh, she's heavy. She's definitely a heavy one. Streaming plus the cheap cost to access content. The new content can be modeled how they would normally do it on TV. Sub to access and spam ads all the time. Spread the new content over 7 to 9 months. They could, but they won't. Unfortunately, the way that it works is most streaming services and most TV and movie services care about one thing, and that's how they do in the immediate.
Get ready to turn right.
And until that changes, yeah. Only Amazon plays the long game and they play it bad. Sad but true. Like, here's a perfect example. Look at Paramount Plus, right? How is it that a show that has not aired yet for even one season, the day before the first episode airs, already gets picked up for another season? It's because they are looking at the people who are immediately signing up for their streaming service in anticipation a couple of days before and using that as the metric to go, oh, well, we could totally do another season. They don't care if the show sucks. They just go, oh, we got a fuck ton of money now. Holy shit. And then that's it. And then the first season sucks and everything plummets, and then they don't have half those people come back for the second season because it's so bad. But unfortunately, that's the way that they've been doing things for the longest time. The movie industry's been doing that for the longest time. They don't care how much money it makes over time. They care about how much money a movie makes in the theaters opening weekend, right? They don't care when it comes to a TV show that's on TV. They don't care how well the TV show does in syndication 10 years from now. They want the pilot to get, tens of millions of people watching it because they're all excited, and then coming back for the second episode. And then after that, they look at it episode by episode. They're all about the immediate. They don't care about the long run. That's the issue that we're running into, is they're still using the same old models and it's not working. Why should anybody have to wait 3 seasons for a show to get good? When chances are it probably should have been canceled after the first season. You know what I mean? Like, it's crap like that.
Turn right.
And it sucks, but it's also the truth, sadly. Sober! Coming in for 27 months. Holy shit.
Honk if you like pizza.
Totally honked.
Turn right.
Had to refresh and that button showed you. Oh boy. There we go.
Keep right.
Oh my god. Really? Great, it's only going to take me 40 years to get up to 55. Of course there's road work. Why wouldn't there be?
Get ready to turn left.
Yeah, well now I gotta slow down again. I got up to 55 and now I gotta slow down. God damn it.
Turn left.
Ouch. I'll read your thing in a second here, Cor. I just gotta get up to speed again. Actually, you know what? I'll pause. Hang on. Watch Fallout 2 times now. It's 8 episodes, around 8 to 9 hours total. Rather than just making all episodes and releasing it, they could have spread it out over 2 months, took a few months off, and started up Season 2. More valuable for people to sub over several months. Plus, if they had ad breaks, it would be more financially successful. They won't add ad breaks because you're specifically paying for it. Because the whole premise with streaming services, especially if you're paying for it, is you don't have to deal with all the ads anymore. Right? That's a promise that literally every streaming service has made, is that you get to sit there and watch ad-free. So if they put in ads, if you're paying for it, people are automatically going to think it's not worth it anymore, because what makes it any different from TV? And here's the other thing to consider. People don't typically watch TV shows once a week anymore. Right? They don't. They do not watch things once a week anymore unless they're the better part of, 70. Right? And they don't know what a computer is. They just don't. If you and I sit down and we watch a TV series that we really like or really want to get into, we watch 2, 3, 4, 5 episodes before we call it a night, and then we wake up the next day and we watch maybe double that if we really like the show, right? It's not profitable for a company to just get a sub or two from a customer with ad-free content. It's not profitable unless you make it profitable. The problem is that the entire industry has to change, and it refuses to. Because they're too set in their old ways. That's the issue. Right? So if they decided, hey, instead of 10 episodes, we're going to do 20 episodes. It's not 26, but we'll do 20 episodes. Let things breathe a little bit. Maybe give things a little bit more time to breathe and kind of pan out and get people a little bit more used to it. Slow down a little. Instead of just cramming everything into people's fucking suck holes like they do with 10 episodes. Right? People would be more amenable to staying around for a lot longer if all of their content was like that across the board. But it's not. All the new shows are anywhere between, say, 5 to 10 episodes, so you're not even getting half a year out of it, and 10 episodes is easy to do in one day. And that's it. That's all there is to it. So they've cut down the amount of content that they're creating by at least half. And they're not giving anybody any incentive to keep that subscription going because it takes people half as long to get through half the content that they put out now compared to it taking, if it's 26 episodes, it's going to take 26 hours. Like, okay, here's a perfect example. Although I can't stand part 4, and it's going to be a minute before I get to part 5. But hear me out on this, okay? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I can sit there and I can watch part 1 through part 5 for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure long enough to where it's going to cost me at least another month sub to keep watching it. Because there's so much content through all 5 parts that even if I watched 2 to 3 episodes a day, it would still take me at least 2 months to get through all of it. I can't think of any other TV show currently out there that even remotely tries to do that. I'll even bump it up 5 to 6 episodes a day. And it would still take me probably the better part of about 2 months. There's no incentive because people can sit there and they go, okay, I want to watch, for the life of me, I don't know why they would, but I want to watch all 5 seasons of Star Trek Discovery. That's 50 hours. That's 1 week. Boom. Done. Because I just so happen to have the next week off on vacation. So it's I mean, literally, you could binge watch all of Star Trek Discovery in 2 days and 2 hours. Okay, now I want to watch Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Well, Strange New Worlds only has 2 seasons so far because season 3 isn't coming out till next year. That's only 20 episodes. That's less than a full day. So there's 3 days down. Then they go, I want to watch Star Trek Picard. That's 3 seasons at 10 episodes each. That's 30 hours. That's a day and a half. So in the span of less than a full week, they've watched 3 complete series. And then there's no incentive anymore. See the problem? There isn't any incentive to keep doing it. That's what sucks. You want to watch a remake of Firefly? The only reason I don't want to watch a remake of Firefly is because of Joss Whedon, because he's a scumbag.
Keep left, and then turn left.
That's really it.
Turn left.
I think the whole binging thing started with DVDs. People buy a season of a show and then burn through it over the weekend. Honestly, it started with Netflix. Like, not the Netflix rentals, or like even Gamefly before it. Right? It started when Netflix started doing actual streaming. Because then you could literally just sit down and watch whatever TV series they had available at any given point. And binge watching isn't a bad thing, but you have to have enough to give people enough incentive to want to keep coming back. Right? Why would I sit there and why would I sit there and watch Paramount Plus if I can already watch all 5 seasons of Taxi? Or I already have every single season of insert Star Trek TV show here. You know what I mean? Even that doesn't give you much of an incentive because they're not buffing it up for high def. It's just as it came out. Like, there's really no incentive. That's the problem. I was fine when the show was on TV for a year with reruns and ads and eventually ends up on a disc for people to buy. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I remember having the DVDs for Battlestar Galactica after it finished. But the difference was, at least back then, is that Battlestar Galactica also was not in syndication. So it was either catch it every once in a while on maybe a Thursday, you know, during the day when nobody's watching it for 2 hours, or just pop it on when I go to bed. Who cares? I've already seen it. You know what I mean? I think they need to make more content. I think that's what they need to do. Because the problem isn't that there's not enough content to... the problem isn't that the stuff isn't spread out enough. The problem is that there's not enough content to spread out, in my opinion. That's the issue. That's absolutely the issue. You gotta remember, HBO and Cinemax and Showtime have been doing this for years and nobody complained until it came to these major streaming services. HBO's been doing it for forever. Think of how many people would start up their subscription to HBO when Game of Thrones would come on and then cancel their subscription when Game of Thrones ended for the season. People are going to do that anyway. Even if it's dragged out, people are absolutely going to do that. So how does HBO keep getting people to keep signing up or to keep their subscription? They keep coming out with bigger and better things, right? That's how HBO, that's how Showtime, that's how Starz, that's how Cinemax does it. That's how all those big ones do it. NBC does what? Paramount does what? Amazon does what? You see the problem? Having bingeable content in short bursts just means they have to keep spamming new content to fill in all the gaps. Yes, but they have to have enough content to actually fill out to begin with. Nobody's going to want to watch a series consistently if it only is going to air once every 3 weeks. If you only have 10 episodes, that's 10 weeks. And then after that 10 weeks, it's done. Right? That's it. You don't have any more. If you do it once every 3 weeks, that's 30 weeks. But nobody's going to want to stick around for 30 weeks. If you do it 2 weeks, that's 20 weeks. But nobody's going to want to stick around for that long. There's not enough content to where somebody can stop one series because it's completed and start another one and then consistently keep going throughout the entire library. Something like what you're talking about in terms of spreading it out only works if it goes back to the way it originally was, which was 26 episodes, 1 episode a week, with a 2 or 3 week break off here and there. That's the only way it works, because it worked so well for so long, and now people are like, oh, cool, I get to binge watch it. That's fantastic. But literally it takes less than a day to get through everything. They need more content. They need good content. And if they're going to spread it out, they need more of that good content. You can't just go, well, here's 10 episodes and we're going to put it once every 2 weeks or once every 3. People aren't going to stick around for that. People don't sit there and watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure because they want to sit there and watch 1 episode every 3 weeks. They sit there and they watch it the way that they typically do because there's so much content where even if you watched 6 to 10 episodes a day, you'd still be lucky to get through it after 2 months. That's bang for your buck. But if you put on Star Trek Picard, you get a day and a half. Not even. That's all you get. If you watch, let's say, if you watch 3 episodes a day, you can make it last 10 days. Right? If you watch 1 episode a week, you will get slightly extra, you'll get slightly more, I should say, than an entire season of a TV show in the 90s. They don't have to make it all instantly available, sub for a month and cancel. They have to. The reason why they have to, specifically, is because that's what Netflix did, and Netflix is still the granddaddy. And what's going to be better? Do you want to sit there and be forced to wait a week? Or do you want to just pop in the next episode? Because if Netflix already has it, and you're paying $5 a month more for another streaming service that has it, but is only going to release once a week, well, it's a no-brainer. You're going to go with Netflix. Right? That's how it works. They have to. They don't have a choice. Same thing with the ad stuff. They don't have a choice. That's how Netflix stays competitive. Right? Because Netflix, is it the cheapest thing in the world? No. Not the way it used to be. But it's still cheaper than paying $120 a year up front for Amazon Prime. Right? It's still cheaper than paying for a year's worth of Paramount Plus. It's still cheaper than getting Disney Plus with Hulu, which is probably going to cost you about $20 a month. It's still cheaper than going and, paying for another insert premium streaming service here who's only going to give you not even half the content, but you're still going to view it the same way that you do on Netflix, because why would you change? Right? So now if you got Netflix and you've got insert streaming service here, and streaming service here is an extra $5 or $6 a month, but they're only airing the show once every week, and Netflix already has the entire part 1 through whatever out, well, you're going to go with Netflix because it's cheaper and they already have everything. They have to constantly come up with new content to keep people around. Absolutely, and they should. That's the point. They absolutely should be. And they should be hiring new people and creative people, and they should be constantly spending money. Absolutely they should. 1,000,000%. If I'm going to pay for a service, I want them on their toes. I want them like it was in the 90s in the fucking writer's room, where they had 4 days to come up with a script, make sure that it worked, make sure it was good, get all the actors in line, make sure everything works, get it in only a couple of takes, and then have the actors sit down, have maybe a day off, and then start it all over again. If I'm paying for a service, that's what I want. That's exactly what I want. I want them on their toes constantly. I don't want this, well, I'm only doing 10 episodes. Well, then fuck you. Go away. Give it to Paramount. They really love 10 episode runs. Well, the actors are old. So what? Make it a miniseries. That's it. Make it 1 miniseries, make it 10 episodes, and don't ever call me again. That's all you need to do. Don't drag it out for 3 seasons. When it could be 1, but it's just a tiny bit longer than 1. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but see, they can't wait a week because the money's already spent. That's the whole thing. Dragging it out isn't going to be any cheaper or more expensive. You just got this, you literally got this red number. that says this is how much we're in the hole because we already spent it. So because they already spent it, they need to actually give it out so that people will watch it, and then that red number goes from red to black. Right? They need to keep constantly making stuff. If they don't, that's their own damn fault. Right? It's no wonder it went from CBS All Access to Paramount Plus, and then now they're possibly talking about getting rid of Paramount Plus because it's being owned, it's possibly getting bought out by Skydance. No, they wouldn't have to sub for a few months because people aren't going to wait. That's what I'm saying. Why would anybody spend, if it's going to take them, if it's going to be 10 episodes, right? And they're going to do 10 episode season over a few months, that means you're looking at once every 3 weeks. Why would anybody sit there and pay for one episode every 3 weeks? You don't even have to do that with regular TV. All the network TV and stuff like that is free regardless of where you go. Why would anybody do that? Even if you do it over 10 weeks, that's still 2.5 months of a subscription that you're only using for one show. You see the issue? You're using it for one show. They don't have enough content to do... I understand what you're saying, but there's not enough content to do what you're talking about. Because you need to give something, you need to give people something in the interim, right? Nobody gives a shit about CSI because it's been on for 20 years. Nobody gives a shit about Law and Order because it's been on for 20 years, and both of them you can get on network TV. Nobody gives a shit about watching Taxi nowadays because it's from 1974, and people have already seen it. Nobody gives a shit about insert crime detective thing here that they come up with on a whim and it lasts for one season. They just don't. If the money that you're spending is no longer worth it because you're only using it for one show that they're going to drag out and there is zero content to fill in those gaps, then there's nothing there. Think about it this way. When we were kids in the 90s, we could sit there and we could watch TGIF on NBC. Right? Was it NBC? I think it was NBC. And it would be Pink Panther, and then it'd be Step by Step, and then it'd be Family Matters, and then it'd be another show, and then there you go, right? So it'd go from like 8 to 8:30, 8:30 to 9, 9 to 9:30, 9:30 to 10. And we'd tune in every single Friday because it was a thing that was made for kids, that was made for families, and it was funny and everything else. If they took those shows and they put them once a week, but there were only 10 episodes, and then there was literally nothing else on TV to keep us going, then literally TGIF would have failed. It doesn't have to be sustainable long term. It has to be sustainable long enough. And the problem is they don't understand what long enough is. That's the issue. You can't do 10 episodes over the course of once a week because that's only 2 months. So the only thing that they've managed to do is double what they currently have, which is getting a person's subscription for 1 month. That's all they've managed to do. So they've turned $10 into $20. And that's it. And then they run out and there you go. Right? That's the issue. They need to make more content that is still good, and they need to do it with multiple shows instead of this stupid, well, we're focusing on Star Trek Picard right now. Well, okay, Picard's over, now we're going to start focusing on Strange New Worlds. Well, Strange New Worlds is over, now we're going to No. Strange New Worlds, Picard, Discovery, all running simultaneously. You have to keep people going, because if you don't, then their money's not going anywhere, and they know it, right? That's the issue. That's always been the issue. Well, it's going to be so late. It'll be fine. I had it on pause.
Caution. You're exceeding the
We're on a
speed limit.
timetable. Hey, listen, I can... Let's do it. Fuck it. And back. Welcome back, Sophia. Here. I'll tell you what. We'll make it. We're totally gonna make it.
Too fast.
We're not going too fast. But you guys might be a little annoyed by the GPS. Target at 4 a.m. sharp? Alright, let's do it.
Do you even listen to me?
Nope. Go fuck yourself.
You're going to hit something.
Be annoyed with Geralt? Never. Yeah, or you just wait. Once I get her up to
That's why I have to tell
102
you to slow down.
again.
Slow down.
Taking a ramp at 20? What are you, high? Why would I take a ramp at 20 miles an hour? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, absolutely. That's what's killing them. You want to do 10 episodes, then you better be cranking out 6 series at the same time, and they're not doing it.
Keep left.
Yeah, but that's not how business works. You got to spend money to make money. If they're not trying to, if they're not spending any money, they're not making any. Customers are only going to fall for so much until they just stop. And that's the problem that they're running into, right? So then it becomes a whole thing of, well, I mean, we don't have the money to do it. That's not my problem. That's a them problem. That's not a me problem. Why are we slowing? Why did we slow down? Why did we do that?
I can tell you to slow down.
Fuck it.
Do you even listen to me?
Not particularly. Move car. Something about swerving?
left.
Cool.
speed limit.
You know what else would be amazing? This truck. Move! Fine. I'll make you move.
Too fast. Slow down.
Bet you that man just shit his pants. Don't do it. I will ride that ass all the way.
Keep right, then exit right. Exit right.
Oh, great. Excuse me? The hell did I even hit? Watch, it's probably one of those stupid markers. How much you want to bet? I guarantee it's one of those stupid ass markers. Guarantee it is. And if it is, then there's like no way in hell. There's no way in hell if it's one of those markers. Do this. Yeah, sure. Tow to service. Why not? Yeah, that's fine. It's one of those markers. I can't do anything. Looks like the wheel caught it, and now it's all mangled. There we go. Where am I right now? Oops. Repair or upgrade? No, I don't care to upgrade. Hang on. Where am I? Navigation. Alright, screw it. Whatever.
Turn right. Turn right.
Alright, we're doing it. Almost took out that light post. It's a big honker of a load.
Keep right, and then turn right.
And now I got time I have to make up for, which
Turn
really
right.
sucks. Can I drive under a low bridge. I don't think they have low bridge stuff, at least not from what I've seen so far, but I've only got Nevada, Arizona, and California, so I don't know if there's any low bridge stuff in any of the other states yet. No clue. No, it would not be better if it had fishing, because I would literally not do anything but fish.
You're going to hit something.
Probably. Don't care.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
Yes, I am.
Do you even listen to me?
Not right now. I got time to make up. Will it start sparking? No. Get fucked, other truck. Oh, I'm absolutely violating traffic safety laws. I got time to make up.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
There we go.
You're going too fast.
Yeah, well, I kind of got somewhere to be. I gotta make it as far as I can, so that when I have to stop, so that I don't keep falling asleep, I'll actually, like, hopefully make it slightly on time. Hopefully. I was planning on it. Nice big breakdown lane, too. Which has now come to an end, which blows.
Keep left. Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
It's true. Okay. That's starting to set in, so I gotta start looking for rest stops or a place that I can pull off and get some sleep.
Slow down.
Come and go. Mm-hmm. This is where the real trucking begins. You gotta make it there fast enough to where you don't run out of fuel. And you're still on time. And zip in.
You're going too fast.
Yes, I am. That's okay. It's only one. We're still going 86. It's fine.
You're exceeding the speed limit.
Yeah, I know. Avoid sleeping violation, but I gotta find an area to stop.
Slow down.
I know.
Keep right. Then exit right. Exit right.
Perfect.
Turn left.
You're gonna get fucking crunched in a second, car. Yep. See? Don't care. Don't care. Yep. Don't care. You saw it coming. Not my fault. Nope, not a place to sleep. Damn it. I know I'm getting tired. I'm trying to find a spot.
Go straight.
Ooh, perfect. Okay. There is a rest area
Going to hit something.
here in Bakersfield. I like it.
Go straight.
Totally not going straight.
Okay. Let's find a new route.
Good call. You should totally find a new route.
Go straight.
Don't care. You're about to get crunched, cop. Yep, you just got crunching. Sucks to suck.
Make a U-turn now.
Yeah, make a U-turn. Sure. Saw that coming. All right. We'll do it the fucking stupid way. Hello? Why are we not moving? Oh, it's gonna be one of those. Oh, lovely. Jesus. Just give me a fucking place to sleep. Hey, I mean, if they want to be dicks, that's not my problem. All I wanted was a fucking place to sleep, and yeah. That's all I wanted. Currently hauling propane, maybe accessories. Very nice. There ain't nothing wrong with hauling some propane. Yeah, I'm not sleeping. Great. There we go. Or not. Great. Awesome. There. Holy shit. There. Stop. Rest. Jesus. Actually, no. I can't do it this way. Fuck. Dang it, Bobby. If you're going to hide in the closet, at least have the goddamn courage to turn off the nightlight. This is gonna go well. I can feel it. V. What was that? Oh, that was the brake. I fat fingered the E brake. I don't even know what I'm stuck on. I'm not stuck on anything. Hello? There is literally nothing to be stuck on. That didn't even make sense. Here's an idea, Mr. Fire Engine. Go away. Nope, don't you dare. I will fuck your mother. Okay. Finally. Just did the turn from hell. And I got half a tank and I got 9 hours to go. Can we make it? Get in the way of the truck, it'll be without lube. Exactly. The No Lube Express.
Get ready to turn right.
Like, unless you like truck, trailer or axle grease. Have I ever fat fingered an e-brake? No.
Turn right.
Not IRL. Thank God. But to be fair, it's also really hard to fat finger an e-brake because the only thing you can really fat finger is the button that releases the e-brake.
Do you even listen to me? Go straight. Slow down.
Fuck you. We got miles to cover, goddammit.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
Thank you.
You're going to hit something.
Possibly. A dodgy imported truck? Oh, God.
You're going too fast.
See, that would drive me nuts. Okay, I am rested. I got a little under half a tank. There's no way we're gonna make it 9 hours on half a tank. Not with the way I have to drive, because I pissed away so much time. Going for it. Nice. Yeah, you might want to get out of the way, truck.
Freaking beauty. How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
Doesn't matter. Fuck signs.
You're going too fast. You're going to hit something.
Oh, I think he means accidentally. I think that's what he means. Everything I've hit's been intentional.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
Only by double.
Keep left.
God damn it. It was a good clip, too. Don't you do it, car. You're about to get fucking wrecked. You know what? I don't care. Don't care. Don't give a shit. If they die, they die. Couldn't give a fuck. Here. What the fuck am I stuck on? I'm not stuck on anything. Hello? Okay, this game really needs to figure out what I am and I'm not gonna get stuck on. That'd really be nice. Look at this. What exactly am I stuck on right now? I have clearance on either side. I have plenty of clearance on either side. So again, what is it that I am currently stuck on? Yeah, apparently hitboxes. That's so ridiculous. Look at that. I'm stuck on literally nothing. Fuck it. Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. What am I stuck on? Because the truck doesn't get stuck. At all. Don't know what it was, but fuck them.
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
Yeah, you might want to, because apparently hitboxes are a thing that stick out an extra 12 feet, which is ridiculous. Especially considering I literally did that last night and there was no problem. I have zero idea how that works. There's like an update to this game once every 18 months. So I don't know how it went from last night it worked to tonight it doesn't. But okay.
Exit right.
Crash Insane Trilogy was... Crash Insane Trilogy? Fair.
Turn left.
Anytime. There we go. Jesus.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Holy shit. There, can I go now? Jesus Christ. Can turn detours off. It's not even the detours. It's like, honestly, what bugs me is the detours don't make any sense.
Keep left.
Like, why is it that the detour... You gotta be shitting me. Gotta be shitting me. Work. Ta-da! This truck's gonna be all sorts of fucked later. Excuse me? Hello? Watch, I'm gonna run right into the back of that motherfucker. How much you want to bet? See? This is the fucking coyote thing. Move! No, fuck it. It's the principle of the thing now. I'm pushing his ass out of the way. You guys might want to look away for a minute. It's just going to be flashing lights and all that shit. Okay. Don't worry, everybody. I'm doing you all a favor. Oh, that's why, because there's a cruiser there. That makes sense. Well, I don't give a shit. I'll move both of you. Fuck that truck. Fuck the fire engine. I'm going through. Okay, it's better. You can look now. I'm walking here. Oh, God. Besides, where would be the fun in the detours being turned off? I want this to be as realistic of a murder rampage as possible.
Keep right, and then turn right.
Did look like you were having fun, and by the time you get this load there, you'll be out of money. I mean, thankfully, here's the best part. It's 30 grand. Now, granted, I probably wasted about 4 or 5 grand already, but still. Could be worse. Just change over to Snow Runner.
Do you even listen to me? Slow down. You're going too fast.
Yep. SnowRunner's so tough. I'm proud to say I did every task, and it took me like 2 months. SnowRunner is tough. It really is. There we go. I got 5.5 more hours. I got a third of a tank of gas. And it's currently 12:07 a.m. But I do not have dark sunglasses or a half a pack of cigarettes. That's what I need. Please tell me somebody got that reference. For the love of God, tell me somebody got that. Blues Brothers, man. I hate Illinois Nazis too. 100%.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
What's an Illinois Nazi? It's a Nazi in Illinois. It is also a Blues Brothers reference, yep.
Exceeding the speed limit. Do you even listen to me?
Thought it was a reference to the HOA. I mean, probably, but we were specifically talking about the Blues Brothers. Also, Princess Leia with an M16. That's another Blues Brothers reference. Ooh, perfect, actually. Turn off here, get some gas. Get some rest. Boom. Perfect. Okay. I swear to God, I really... There is nothing to get stuck on. Literally, there was nothing to get stuck on. What? I swear to Christ. See, you're going over the Golden Gate. I'm about ready to dump this fucking thing into the Golden Gate. Okay. It's a new day. Everything's fine. Kinda. Feel like they did not thoroughly think through wide loads. What, the Golden Gate Bridge? I mean, to be fair, the Golden Gate Bridge was constructed long before wide load delivery trucks were a thing. Oh, you mean the DLC? Yeah, probably. Because Hitbox, it's just like, I don't have a problem. Like, if I run into something, I have no problem, like, going, okay, I fucked up. But when I can pan the camera around the truck and clearly nothing is hitting, you know what I mean? Like, that's annoying. That's really annoying. Because, you know what? And I don't even have to fucking justify this. Chobo can justify it for me. Chobo, if you were legally allowed to go around something and there was as much clearance as I had at that barrier, you could have made it, right? You easily could have made it with no damage to the truck or trailer, correct? That's physics. Mm-hmm.
Straight.
Again, if I hit something, like actually hit something, yeah, my own damn fault. 100%. I agree wholeheartedly. But I hate getting stuck on things that don't exist.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down? Straight.
Is this Harvester DLC a thing? What do you mean?
Slow down. Do you even listen to me? You're exceeding the speed limit.
Abso-fucking-lutely I am. Whatever I'm hauling? Oh no, this isn't a DLC thing, no. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. I've only got,
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
I only have Nevada, Arizona, and California. And those were bought a long time ago. Like, when the game first came out.
Do you even listen to me?
Railroad tracks? See, I've never had any issues with railroad tracks. That's really weird.
Go straight.
I got 2 hours. Second the lights turn on. If you're not careful, you can full run into an invisible wall. Really?
Slow
That I did
down.
not know. But granted, I've only actually ever seen one train, and it was literally the tail end of it for about 2.5 seconds. So I've literally never had to deal with that as
Going
of
too
yet.
Fast.
Although it would be really cool to just blow through one of those when the sign is down.
You're going to hit something. Keep right, then exit right. Exit right.
Yeah, I've only ever seen one train so far, so... That I couldn't tell you, sadly.
Turn right.
Alright. Taking up the whole fucking road. Don't care. Do they carry a shotgun with them? Typically, probably not. I mean, I'm sure if it was just relegated to Texas, then they'd probably carry a rocket launcher with them. But, yeah. It's highly illegal unless you have a license for every single state that you're going through to carry a firearm.
You're going too fast. Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit. turn left.
Yeah, that's a thing for movies, right? Where it's like fucking, oh, hey, look. The driver of this semi has got a shotgun right in his, right in his passenger seat, while 3 Hondas drive underneath the trailer. Doesn't happen. Unless somebody's relegated to a state where it's literally shoot first, never ask anything. Yeah, that's never gonna happen.
How many times do I have to tell you to slow down? Get ready to turn left. Slow down.
Vehicle malfunction? Fuck you.
Turn left. Turn left.
Carry knives, but guns are a big no-no. Yeah, companies will fire you if they find out you have a gun in the truck. Absolutely, they will. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a really, really bad day.
We're here. Right on time.
We're here right on time. Look at that. All the hell that I went through, and we are here right on time. You gotta love it. For the love of fuck. You know what? I don't even care. Satisfactory. I'll take satisfactory. That's fine. Look at that. It's only 5,600 that I lost. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. I ended up getting 54,000. I'll take it. Okay. Let me see. What do I want? Fragile cargo, huh? Yeah, we'll go fragile. Why not? Navigation here. This Camp Verde has literally nothing. However, you have plenty. Let's go there. Fragile is good money? Hell yeah. Satisfaction? No. No.
Pedal to the metal, man. You're going to hit something.
Doesn't matter. I'm headed to the repair shop anyway.
Turn right, and then turn left. Turn left. to turn right. Turn right.
After 1 a.m. my time, so I am out of here. Y'all take good care and have yourself a great day and night. Sophia, always love and appreciate you being here. Thank you for hanging out. Have yourself a great night, and we will see you next time. I'm probably going to be calling it here after I go and get the truck repaired anyway, so you're not missing much, because I don't think there's going to be much that I can, like, spiff up on my truck to begin with. I think the next big thing is going to be level 16.
Exceeding the speed limit. How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
Wait, is it 16? I think it's 16, yeah. So, tomorrow, I'll be able to get some brand new shinies on my truck.
You're going too fast. Do you even listen to me?
Nope.
Slow down. How many times do I have to tell you to slow down?
Now that was smooth.
It's something.
That was nice and smooth. Gotta love it.
Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
Yep.
Keep right, then exit right. Exit right. Turn right. Get ready to turn right. You're going too fast.
Yep.
Turn right. Caution. You're exceeding the speed limit.
I was born exceeding the speed limit.
Ready to turn left. Turn left.
Okay. Oh, you got lucky, Mustang. I'll get you next time, idiot.
Go straight and then turn right. Turn right.
Okay. Service, repair all. Really? That's it? Alright. Cool. Nice. Okay. Alright, what do I got? What do I got? That's the wrong button. Truck configurator. What do we have? Ooh. 6x2, 300. Don't mind if I do. Ooh, I can't do heavy cargo with it? Okay, never mind. Yep, the Cummins is still good. I have this already. Like my flames. Got more side skirts? Chrome exclusive side skirts, huh? Really? Oh, no. Wait. No, I don't want those. Yeah. Those are fine. Well, you. No? Okay. Yeah. Just a repair. That's about all I can do tonight, which is fine. Because I think the next big one is like 16 and 17. I think that's the next big one. Oh. Good. Sleep. Perfect. Okay. Going to call it there for now, but I do want to thank everybody before we head out here. We had Darkway Trucks coming in with a follow. Thank you so much, Darkway. Really appreciate that. We also had Sober coming in for 27 months. Honk if you like pizza. Thank you so much for the 27 months. I had a lot of fun tonight. I hope you guys did too. We will be back tomorrow. Also, Sober, before you leave, there's a thing that I need your input on, and everybody's input, and you need to be here tomorrow at 7 on the dot. Okay? At 7 on the dot. What do we want for lore tomorrow? For 40k lore. Medicine! Have yourself a great night. Death Watch, huh? Let me see. Let me take a look. Ooh, okay. Okay, yeah, we could do some Death Watch. Absolutely. And we had Chobo, we had Sober, we had Medicine, we had Sophia, we had Alpa. I know Corgi was in here. Hope you're feeling better, dude. We had Core. We had a lot of awesome people tonight. A lot of awesome people. And Spectre was here as well. Can't forget Spectre. To anybody else who was hanging out, watching, who was just lurking, I appreciate you. Whether you be lurking, chatting, donating, gifting, giving bits, subscribing, resubscribing, gifting subs, whatever. You all mean the world to me, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. This is my dream job, so if it wasn't for all of you, I wouldn't still be here. But, guys, that's going to be it for me. Guys, gals, and pals, thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Until I see you guys later on today, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay trusty, and, of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. I will be seeing you guys later on today. Thank you again so much, guys. Take care. I'm out. Bye now.